Hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Let me write down something that I have here from Zen on D-date. Hey, Sockton. Okay, so I am back to using my old mouse. This doesn't matter for too many people, except for that I'm probably going to make mistakes. So on the new mouse that I got, which was a Scimitar, it only has two front buttons like most mice. So I had right click bound to a special key that then I had to hold to press other things. So I keep messing that up on my old mouse now because I have a third button. Hey, Alton. All right, so I still got to do this. Let's see. I'll write this in the afternoon section. It's not super important that I get this done anytime soon. Yesterday, man, I streamed. No, I didn't stream. I streamed on Tuesday for the full day. And then yesterday, I made two shorts. I published one already. And then in the afternoon, I finished the Steam Cloud stuff. This took a lot longer than I thought it would have. And yeah, I needed to test everything. I don't know if I found any problems in testing. I can't recall. I think I made some changes to like everything. So I think something must have been broken and I fixed it. I needed to write notes on everything that had happened. Some other issue that came up. Oh, right. So I shared a bunch of release keys with people and I technically probably deleted their save data. But I don't know if any of them would have noticed or cared or even played the game that much yet. So anyway, whatever. It's all done. Hey, Wendy. Hey, Cradlefish. What day is it? I don't know. There's no town crier to tell me. How am I supposed to know what day it is? And hey, Flair. So today is going to be about performance improvements. So let's edit this. Adam is going to look into performance improvements for the game. There are frame drops on the Steam Deck even pretty early on from 60 FPS to 52 FPS, and he wants to eradicate those. A, B, C. All right, so do I have the Steam Deck? Yeah, I have the Steam Deck here. Frame drops to frame drips. Ah, yes. I want to make sure I didn't make a typo. So we did some work on this a while ago. Actually, wait, there's some other things, aren't there? Look at the Steam post to see if the formatting's fine. Yeah, let's do some of this. This should be pretty fast. Hey, Zelix, did you happen to catch the Diablo stream? Since you reference D2 quite often, I figured you might be interested in their update. I didn't see the stream. I didn't know there was a stream, but I did see all the updates, and I posted on gaming on Discord about them. I am so surprised. For those who don't know, Diablo 2 came out in, I'm going to guess like 1999 or something, but the expansion came out in 2001. So it's been 25 years, and they announced a new character class. I don't know if any other game has ever done that, where they waited 25 years to do something like that. Now, it's not totally fair to not put another thing in this timeline, which is they made Diablo 2 Resurrected not that long ago. When did that come out? 2021. Okay, so this was 2021. So this was their like sort of proof that they cared about it enough to do something. So it's only been 5 years since then, but still. How's everyone feeling today on a scale of 1 to 10? I'm feeling pretty good. I would say like an 8, maybe. But yeah, so this is crazy. I'm just so surprised. I'm probably gonna play it today. Yeah. I'm just so shocked by that. I'm a lukewarm 5 out of 10. What's going on, Wendy? How can we make your day a 5.2 out of 10? We're willing to do that for you. All right, we need to look at this. Yes, so this is broken. But how did this break? And how do I fix this? Oh, because they use their new editor here, don't they? Oh, God, sometimes. I swear, nothing's ever easy. Okay. Yeah, so you can use their old editor in discussion posts, but you have to use their new editor here. So this is actual rich text. And then same thing with this. Save. Oops. Yeah, no, whoops. Got to delete that too. Save again. Okay, so view live event. Yeah, nice. All right, I'm gonna give a point to who mentioned this? Who mentioned this? Somebody, did they DM me? Somebody told me about this morning. I can't find the... Huh. Oh, here it is. It's in playtest discussion. Thank you for pointing this out. I fixed it just now. Gonna give you a point on Twitch. Okay, so that is one up Carson. I'm pretty sure that's her name on Twitch too. Yep. Okay. Just want to make sure there weren't underscores or anything. Just give me the point. It was Windy all along. He helps everybody. I put in ungodly amount of hours in D2. I'll definitely check it out eventually. I already own D2R. Yeah, I own D2R as well. Diablo 2 is the kind of game where without any meta changes, whenever I get the hankering to go back and play, it's like a shorter and shorter time every time I play it again. Because I'm like, okay, I got to the end game. Like, I'm not going to get to level 99. That takes forever. I've never done that in the entire time I played. And I played for a lot of time. It's just boring. And I get the builds that I want, or I'm like, all right, now I'm just farming items. So yeah, this is kind of what happens with a lot of RPGs for me that I still enjoy. Like, I like World of Warcraft, but the end game is not for me. So I generally level up, then I kind of just wander around for a bit, and then I quit. And that's what happens with Diablo as well. So yeah, I'm looking forward to having a different experience leveling up, which is what I tend to enjoy anyway. And that's right, new class in 2050 for Skeleseller. Remember people asking for WoW Classic? Blizzard said, do you think you want it, but you don't? Then they relent and become super popular. Yeah, and you know what? I feel like that message of you think you want it, but you don't was sort of tone deaf. And at the same time, I recognize as a game dev saying something like that, it's because I kind of say the same thing about Skeleseller and hardcore mode. A lot of people, well, not a lot. I mean, it's not like Skeleseller has a ton of people playing, but several people have been like, hey, could you add hardcore mode? And I'm like, I don't think this is fun. I don't think I'm going to do this. But there probably is some segment of the player base out there where if I did this, they'd be like, oh, cool, that was nice. Now, granted, it's not as simple as we just have a check mark and we have hardcore mode. And then we say something like, if life equals 0, you know, delete character. It's not that easy because of what it means to then be able to rehire that character. And what if you get stuck and you can't win anymore? So if it were that simple, yeah, I might have considered doing it, but it's not that simple. Don't forget the should. Oh yeah, thank you. I saw this open. Yeah. Are there any others? No, I think that's it. Okay. Hey, Rami. Is that 15 wowies? Yes. Mr. Cock. Delete save. Yeah, that would work. That'd be pretty easy. Then just kick him back to the title screen. Okay, so that was indeed broken. What's next? Test controller support. Yeah, this I got to do at some point. I guess I can do this in the afternoon. Actually, wait a second. Couldn't I? No, I can't. I don't think I can cast my Chromebook screen easily. No, I did figure that out, didn't I? Yeah, I guess I could do this on stream. All right, well, let's put it here just in case. I don't think we're going to have time. I think performance stuff is going to take a while. Fix issue where achievement system doesn't check if we've initialized Steam or that we're even on the Steam build. All right, I could do this, but I think it's more important to focus on the performance stuff. So let's do that. Hey, Sorrow. It's going well. We're working on performance issues today. We want to get this Steam Deck running at a buttery smooth 60 FPS the whole time. And we had some performance notes from last time. However, how do I know that I've improved this? Because my only real mark of knowing that I've improved this will be that it just runs at 60 FPS the whole time. Oh, you know what I should do? I should get out the Steam Deck and I should cast it. Plug it in. Because I want to see if there's any event that causes the performance dip. So first, figure out if there's some in-game event that causes the performance dip on Steam Deck. Is it starting a battle? Is it getting items? Does it happen when the town is showing and nothing else is going on? Hey Phil, did you buy it for development or did I already own one? I already owned one, but I don't really use it. I already had, okay, so the Switch came out a long time before the Steam Deck, and the Switch is the first like multimodal game console, I guess. And I played with it docked like 99% of the time. So I don't know why I got a Steam Deck. Yes, you can dock it, but at that point, I might as well just sit at my computer and play with mouse and keyboard. So I played it a bit for like emulated games, and that's kind of it. Is there anything I feel like I played a lot of? No, not really. Now, with that said, I think it's great hardware. And I think the Switch is great hardware too. I just don't tend to play in mobile mode with those. So yeah, I don't know what I was thinking when I bought this, but I'm glad I have it because I am a developer and I probably would have needed this at some point. All right, so if I launch Steam over here and then remote into, I guess any of these versions, right? But it might as well be the full version. So let me go find, where's Skeleseller proper? Yeah, okay. Unfortunately, man, this is a learning for the future. I should have changed the logo to have like playtest written over it or something. Yeah, that's pretty smart. Hey, Kevin. Hey, Goose. Hey, Jost. Bit hard and awkward to dock. Sometimes it wouldn't work. I don't think I've had that problem, but I just have never really wanted to use the Steam Deck too much. Write note that I should... actually, let's just write the note here, right? I can just do this now. All right, so somewhere I talk about playtest versions. What? Do I not have notes about this? General Steam notes. Wait a second, what? What was that other note that I just looked at when I typed Steam? Oh, Steam integration. Oh, whoops. Okay, that was just me being stupid. All right, playtest. I think I want to write like a helpful tips. Don't use the same cover art in Steam for the playtest and the launch versions. For the playtest, add playtest or something to the graphic so that you can easily differentiate it on something like a Steam Deck. Otherwise, you have to go into the build information or the app ID. Yeah, so I can't easily show this because now it's plugged in. Well, let me see if I can. All right, so here's what I see on my Steam Deck. There's Skeleseller, Skeleseller, Skeleseller. The demo has a demo ribbon over it, but the other ones don't. Oh, this one actually does say playtest on it. Wait, it doesn't show in the library view, I think. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can see this. Yeah, it's the library view where there's a problem. Okay, so you have to go to options, I guess. Otherwise, in the library view, there's no way to tell which is which without going into the options/properties. Yeah. Basically all personal information, including banking and ID are leaked. Wow. God, there's got to be penalties for that sort of thing happening. All right, so I want to launch the full version, which means this. Oops. I'm going to do this on screen. Don't worry, I'm not just doing this here the whole time, but I need to... make this build be in the right spot. Give me a sec. There's still some stuff that needs to happen off stream or off screen. How do I do this? Oh, there it is. Okay. Now I go to builds. And then what's the app ID for the release version? Here it is. We copy that over to here. And then I put this build on Steam Deck testing. Set build live. Okay, good. Hey, Lava Cake. All right, so now I go to Steam Deck testing, and it should say that I can update. It does not for some reason. Maybe if I try playing it. No, that didn't work. Scala Seller stream from Steam Deck. What ticked me off the most was a line in their email that notified us about it. I read something along the lines of, these things happen nowadays and no one is immune to it. Oh yeah, data's not protected. Yo, come on guys, I don't think that's a message you want to bring. We did our best. It's not like we could stop it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I will say, I think attacking attempts are things that just happen nowadays. But obviously protecting against it should be the goal. Just checked out the expansion trailer. Looks good. Bit annoying that the quality of life updates are paywalled though. Oh, hang on a second. Hang on. My wife's knocking at the door. Hang on one second. Hey, apologies everyone. Okay, I'm guessing this did not find an update. Let me check the build ID and see if there's something here. Build ID 508. And what should it be? Oh, 508. How is that possible? Oh, maybe because it already had it on the other branch. All right, fine. Well, anyway, I can click stream now. Hey, Atomic Man. Okay, so what you cannot see is there are some stats at the top of the screen. Do you see this text up here? You might not be able to read it, but there's text at the very top of the screen that has the frame rate and CPU usage, GPU usage. So we're just going to go make a new game. Oh, I don't have my speakers plugged in. I don't know how loud that is. Sorry. I still can't hear anything. My ears. Steam would like to access. Whoa. This isn't working for some reason. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Hey, Sword. Thanks for the corn video on YouTube. It's the best one I've seen. I've watched like 100 at this point. Nice. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, I love the corn. I think it's great. Yeah, welcome to the stream. Hey, Matt. Thought you were going until Monday. No, I just didn't want to stream on Wednesday. Okay, so I'm just going to wait on the screen, and we're going to see what the frame rate is. And I guess you can't really tell that it... Okay, so I'm going to move this around. I don't know if it looks like it's 60 FPS, but it is 60 FPS. Nothing seems to be changing this. If it were to drop right here, it would make sense that it's just Godot or something. But yeah, it seems like it's pretty much fine. Okay, cool. So let's continue. Still 60. Still 60. Okay, it dropped a little bit there. And it dropped a little bit there too. I wonder if it has to do with entities finding destinations. Yeah, it might be that. How many watts is it at? I'm not sure how to check that. We're just doing performance testing, but on the Steam Deck, I noticed frame drops, so I wanted to see what's causing them. I guess you figured out the deck controller issues. I think I got most of them done, yeah. You can see on the performance overlay, all I see is FPS, CPU, GPU, RAM, VRAM, and battery. And battery is just a percentage. It's just 90%, so it's not. Yeah, unless there's another performance overlay that I haven't set up. Oh, wait, there is a higher level. Hang on, maybe I can use that. Oh, here we go. I don't see... wattage here. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. But either way, I'm concerned about the FPS right now. So I'm going to just look at that. Wait, duh, it's plugged in? Oh, I thought it would still like tell you what it might be using. Hey, Smack. But okay, I'm going to keep it plugged in for now, like I said. Okay, so CPU usage, all CPUs are at like 15 to 20%. Where is the frame rate on this thing now? There it is, 60 FPS. Okay, so if I zoom out here, do I have... Oh, is that what people would expect? I don't know if people would expect that. All right, edit keybinds, zoom in, confirm, zoom out, confirm. Oh, you know what? On this screen, pressing A should probably go back to the game. I should write that down. That's a very, very easy thing to do, I think, but I just should do that. Allow UI accept on the... What's that thing called? In-game menu. To close the menu. Just like UI cancel. Is this making sounds? What is causing that music? I know you can hear something, but I can't hear anything. Oh, there it is. Why do I need to turn this up to like maximum to hear that? I don't have the master volume that low. Maybe... No, I don't know what's doing that. Oh, well, now I can hear it clearly enough. Well, let me turn that off because it's going to get annoying. Is there a way within dev menu to add as many characters as possible on screen to replicate endgame scenario? Yeah. So what I want to do first is just figure out if I'm on this screen, what you see right now, do I still see frame drops? Like right now it's at 60 FPS. If I move the camera, it very quickly goes down to 58, but just for like a frame. But right now we have the mage moving around town and the skeleton moving around town, but the skeleton has nowhere to go. So if we build the shop, then they'll have somewhere to go. And customers will spawn. Maybe customers are causing the frame drops. So just dip to 52 for a second. That's also when this tip popped up on the screen. So now we have these customers. I wonder if the customers are causing it. Hey, Thorn. Hey, Krasner. Does it get explained if you hover over it? Yeah, it should. Controls the delay between music tracks. And I am having a good week so far. Okay. So I have a bunch of ways of adding in extra characters, but not in the release version of the game. Oh, you know what we could do is we could do this. Okay, so I'll save. Actually, you know what we can do? We can test out roaming. So I'm gonna zoom in on this tree and we're gonna save. And now when I quit, it should sync to the cloud. And then I change branches over here. I gotta go find the, hang on, engage privacy mode. This won't take long. Give me a sec. Okay, there we go. Steam Deck testing. Cool. Hey, Bazingo, any planned videos on Obsidian? I did a video on Obsidian. I don't know if you saw that one or if you want something else out of it, but if you do, let me know. I could potentially do one. I don't know when. I'm focusing on the launch of Skelecella right now. All right, so if I stream this, it should be the same save file, which will let me cheat in a bunch of workers, I think. Wait, no, this is still streaming it. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to play it from this computer, not the Steam Deck. Yeah. This device. So we're going to load the game and we should be zoomed in on that apple tree. And that'll let us know that this roamed correctly, which is nice, but not exactly what we're trying to test here. Nice, cool, we are. All right, so now what we do is we go modify the save file. Open. Paste this over here. All right, and then we give ourselves a ton of money. 999999. And do we have any wisdom sludge? No, we don't. But that's okay, because we're going to go cheat everything in. All right, so now we can go hire a new adventurer. And why do I have sounds? Oh, because this is a different machine. And the master volume does not roam. Get flagged for a cheater and banned. I'm going to go manually ban myself. All right, so we do need to play out this one battle manually. Like, we need to let this finish. Because I have no way of... Well, I guess I do have a way of improving my character stats before then. But this doesn't take too long. So they'll beat the ogre. We'll watch the confetti shoot out of the NPCs. You ready? You ready for confetti? Okay. Now we get the farm, which is there. And then we save. And now what we can do is we can modify this to give us a ton of wisdom sludge. 9999999. Cool. Now we load the game again. Oh, you've seen that one. Yeah, is there something else you're looking for? Because I don't think I do anything all that special in Obsidian. All right, so now we have all this. We can just level up our adventurers like a million times. Oh, nice. I got an achievement. All right, then we get a bunch of skills. Great, 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 great. Cool. We get a bunch of skills over here. Cool. And now we can go fight in these locations and absolutely destroy them. Oh, wait, why did I do any of this? I could have just cheated it in on dev mode and then saved the... All right, well, whatever. No, that's the smarter way to do this. Okay, let's do it the smart way. All right, I'm being a dummy. Yeah. How you've liked it so far? I do love it. Are you still not planning on using... Are you still not using any community plugins? I'm not using any community plugins, and I do like it a lot. I use it every single day. So I am pretty happy with it. All right, so here's our save file with everything already, but I'm going to click grant most things and then go build this stuff so I don't need to do this later. Let's get that and that and that and this and this and this. and then save this and wait a second. This is considered to be the playtest version, which means this is getting synced. That is quite interesting, because now that Steam Cloud is there, it's going to overwrite my data for that. In fact, we should see a syncing thing over here. Yeah, checking up to date. Interesting. Interesting. All right, well, here's my cheated save file. So if I go put this up here and then start the release version of this, then it's going to override this save.json, which I'm then going to override by pasting this in here. And then when I load, I'll have everything in the game. Yes, good. Okay, so that was much faster. And now when I quit, it'll be on the Steam Deck. So now it should say checking, syncing, great, done. And now we just play on the Steam Deck and we have that save file. Nice. They released a CLI for it. What do people need a CLI for? Command line interface that lets you control Obsidian from your terminal for scripting, automation, integration with external tools. Anything you do in Obsidian can be done from the command line. Why would you want this? Open today's daily. Okay, sure. Yeah, I could see something like that. But searching and everything, it's like, if you're going to use the terminal, why not just use the terminal to search your own files? I could see some very niche uses for this. Like, I'm kind of surprised they put this amount of effort into this. Maybe it wasn't that bad. Hey, Luna. Has things like helping you query for dead notes. You can have a script to process your notes. Okay, yeah. And maybe people, maybe it's not really meant for, like, 50% of the user base. It's meant for 0.1% of the user base to go make tools that then work for 50% of the user base. So that would make sense. All right, so here we are. We're just looking at the town, and the frame rate is 60. And we have a bunch of different adventurers walking around. You can see them right there. And as I just kind of pan around, still at 60. It dipped to 58 there for a second. That's not that bad. Now it dipped to 54 right there. Okay, so let's try to earn some items now. Let's go to this. Whoops, that's not what I meant to click. It's over here. Oh, I already have auto battling. Okay, so I want to go auto battle with a couple of, whoa, that is very sensitive. Oh no. Oh, the triggers are analog. Oh no. Oh, I didn't test this on the Steam Deck. Steam Deck's triggers are analog, so you can't just single click anything. This is especially obnoxious when trying to pick a party to enter battle. It'll quadruple click. Oh no. A breakdown, how writing things down extensively helps with thinking, processing stuff, problem solving. All right, I'll write it down. I like keeping video requests in a note that I have, and I every once in a while get to them. Hey, Becca. I'm gonna put measures for anti-cheat. No, I don't think it's a problem. It's just a single player game. Okay, well, I can go start this battle now. Let's go over to here and start. Whoops. Oh, man. What? This bothers me endlessly. The B button on my Steam Deck I have mapped to the Nintendo Switch B button, essentially, which is cancel. But I don't ever remember if it's working or not. So I don't know what confirm is and what reject is. So I press the wrong button sometimes. Yeah, man. Quadruple down is not a good idea. Yeah. I know. That's why I've written it down as a critical thing we got to fix. And welcome to the stream. Okay, so what's the frame rate at? It's at 60. Still at 60. We were definitely seeing frame drops the other day. Maybe it's because I was in desktop mode. I don't actually remember. Because, yeah, this seems like it's fine. Can I click and drag this? Yeah, this is fine too. Okay, there it dropped to 52. If I just leave it here, still at 60. Still at 60. Maybe it only drops when you move the camera? Or maybe when you move the mouse? It nudges very slightly. Okay, there. It just dipped to 52 again. But all I did is move the camera very slightly. I don't know if that's what caused it or if it was something else. Am I seeing CPU spike? God, I wish I could show you this overlay that I'm looking at. But it'd also be nice to have a video of it. Yeah, it's at a constant 60 right now. All right, let's zoom out a bit. Let's close this. It just dipped again right there really quickly. It seems like it's when I'm moving the camera and something else happens. I don't know what that something else would be. What is the UI scale set to? 1, this is full screen. VSync is... Can I turn this off? Then what does it show for the FPS? It shows 60 FPS, but is that because Steam is limiting it? The Steam Deck? Frame limit is set to 60. Disable. Here we go. It's still running at 60 though. Hey, Schwartz. Can you see memory usage? RAM is currently at 2.3 gigabytes. I don't know if that's just from Skeleseller or if that's the whole system. Probably the whole system though. Doing some off-screen loading. Yeah, I need to profile it. And can't run a profiler on it. I don't think I can run a profiler on the Steam Deck. But maybe you can. I can definitely run one on the desktop version and just figure out what's consuming the most time. And I know that the refresh rate of this screen is 60 FPS, but why can't I unlimit the amount it's trying to render at? I just set the FPS to 50. I think you can hear that, but you can't see what I'm doing. Manual GPU clock. Oh, interesting. Half rate shading, allow tearing. What does disable frame limit do? Yeah, what does this do? Could also be a Godot issue. I have something similar very rarely when profiling. I saw spikes while not doing anything other than unhandled input, moving mouse, clicking sometimes. Yeah, but man, that would be really bad because if it's a Godot issue, it means I can't really do anything. And that this is just going to affect Steam Deck users. It's visible too. It says it's spiking down to 52, but I think it's actually going lower than that. Oh, let me try. Maybe it's not like super frustrating. Okay, I just noticed a spike there. What happens? Let me see if I can notice what's going on when that happens. Is it a CPU thing? The charts are moving so fast, it's hard to tell. That's weird. What's happening there? Oh, right. You can't press B while you... Whoops. I didn't mean to press that. You can't move the stick and press B at the same time? No, maybe it's just the left stick you can't do that with? No, it's not even that. Maybe it's just over here. Yeah, that is pretty annoying. I should write that down too. Controller issues. You can't use the camera stick and press something like UI cancel. This is pretty annoying. I wonder, I mean, that's got to be my code doing that, but... All right, well, here's what I'm thinking. I think we should just go tackle whatever performance issues we can find and then just measure again on the Steam Deck. The thing is, I don't have a consistent repro for how to get it to drop to 52 FPS. Oh, you're not looking at this anymore. So just moving the camera around is not enough. Let me, yeah, it just happened there. It dipped. Can you see it on the, yeah, you can. You can see whatever's happening here. It's like it's moving smoothly, it's moving smoothly. There's some temporal aliasing going on. But then every once in a while, it'll just like sort of freeze for a little bit. I'm not seeing it happen again. Let me just look at the chart, and when it spikes, it hasn't spiked yet. Yeah, this is what's frustrating about this. I don't know what's causing it in the game. And if it isn't a game thing, it's just a Godot thing. It hasn't happened since I mentioned it. Come on. What's going on? Oh, there it goes. Okay, so there, it just dipped. And now I want to see if I can get it to happen one more time. All right, well, let's get the garbage slime because I wanted to get this perk so the characters are moving around. I think it probably has to do with pathing. So like all these characters should go to the garbage slime now, right? Why did they not? Did I get the wrong thing? I got the wrong thing. There, now they'll all go over there. All right, now they're going to find new paths. There it goes, it dipped. Okay, so there. So let's go take a look at the live stream now and see when it dipped, how obvious was it? Ah, very obvious. Okay. If I had to bet, I would bet garbage collector. Try forcing a garbage collector run each frame, see if it causes a similar hitch or causes a removal of a hitch. I wonder if we can figure out when the garbage collector runs and print something on screen. Can we detect when it runs and show something on screen? If so, perhaps we could use object pooling to decrease garbage collection. All right, so can we detect this? Would it run that often? It all depends on how much is happening. So like, let's say you're making 1,000 objects every frame, and then you're, disposing of those 1,000 objects, which by the way is kind of what happens in battles. In battles, we make a bunch of like enemies and we make floating text for all the damage numbers and we make some UI elements and then we dispose all of that for a new battle. At some point, it's got to garbage collect that stuff. And we have some control over this. Like we can make it so that it's not creating new elements all the time. We just reuse floating text instances or something. So yeah, let's figure out, can we detect garbage collector ran? Monitoring garbage collector. Register for full GC notification. Oh boy. I thought Godot was not garbage collected. So I'm using C#. C# is garbage collected because they manage memory for you. Although Godot should be doing something like that with GDScript, as far as I know. Because the way that this works under the hood is like you can make objects in Godot. So let's say a node, a sprite, whatever. They're using C++ under the hood, which is manually controlled memory. So like at some point there's going to be freeing and allocation happening on the Godot side of things. But it's like if it's prompted by the user, then it means that at any given point this stuff could be happening. So it's like if you go, I mean, it's not garbage collection, it's just freeing, which should be a very fast operation. But still, there's some resources that are managed by Godot that have to get, I don't know. I don't know what they do exactly. Offerman, thanks for the sub. Thank you. And welcome. All right, so yeah, let's try registering for this notification. And let me turn this off for a sec. Let's see what happens. I was thinking of the nodes, which I've had to manually manage with Q-Free. Yeah, and by the way that works is, let's say you have a whole scene hierarchy of whatever, a node and then another node and another node and some sprites and another sprite and a label up here. When you free this, it's freeing everything underneath them as well. So GC register for full GC notification. What does this do? Specifies that a garbage collection notification should be raised when conditions favor full garbage collection and when the collection has been completed. All right, let's just try this, see what happens. See how often this happens on desktop, and maybe it'll happen less frequently on the Steam Deck. What does 1010 mean here? A number between 1 and 99 that specifies when the notification should be raised based on the objects allocated in generation 2, and a number between 1 and 99 that specifies when the notification should be raised based on objects allocated in a large object heap. Oh god, this is... I can already tell where this is going to go, which is that this is going to be a nightmare. Where do they actually get the notification? Wait for full GC proc. They have some loop that checks for this. While check for notify. Oh man, this is nuts. I wonder if there's a Godot way of doing this. Godot C# check for garbage collection. Because if they've exposed something like this, it'd be a lot easier. Trees look a bit like good old RPG Maker. Yeah, they came from an asset pack made by a guy named GIF, who made Super Retro World. Don't you have a way to mark objects as able to be garbage collected? Hey, Salazar. So yeah, your way of saying that they're able to be garbage collected is to free them or dispose of them. And then eventually the garbage collector will run at some point in the future. The thing is, I have to do that at some point in the game. We can potentially shift when that happens, but I want to find out if this is even the problem that's going on here. Yeah, is there any way that I can just listen for an event that they already have and not necessarily do the C# thing? I suggest seeking some help. I'd look at the repository. Nah. Yeah, I don't see anything easy here. Trying to optimize the memory footprint? No, the frame rate of the game right now. I tried forcing GC run on a button press and see if it frame dips. And does it have a profiler you can attach? It only has one for the GD script side of things, I think. Like, I don't know what happens if I try using this profiler. Let's see what happens. Although still, I think we'd have an issue potentially with the with trying to get this to work on the Steam Deck. So let's click debugger and then profiler and then start. I don't think this is going to do anything all that interesting for us. At least it's not going to tell me which of my functions are causing problems. But I guess it would for the Godot side of things. All right, so now we hit stop. And what do we get? Yeah, this is just checking frame time for things. But let's say there was an issue, we wouldn't know what's causing an issue. Because there's no way to look into this. And yeah. So anyway, the way that we would do this is we would run the profiler that I've run before and then load it up and take a look. But I still think the garbage collector way would be fine. C# force garbage collection. Not recommend to call it explicitly, but if you call GC collect and wait for pending finalizers. Okay. I mean, let's try this. Let's just see what happens. So we're going to go add a button to, I guess, the town menu. Because it's easy enough to click. And at the bottom of this thing, right below buildings, let's add a new button. GC. And unique. And we call it GC button. Town menu. All right, button, GC button. Okay. So there we go. Was collect refactor to remove the use of this. Just because it says don't use it at all, I'm guessing. Site not found. Well, that's not good. That's never supposed to go down. S1215. I just want to see what their reason was for this. But I don't see where this is. Here it is, maybe. Tracked in this, not publicly accessible. All right, whatever. I don't care. All right, so now we build this and then make sure the button works. All right, so what am I doing? I'm continuing the game we had and then starting some battles so that stuff actually happens. Let's start them in a place where there's enough happening for there to be a lot of like text messages and stuff. And I can just save that. So there's the GC button. That won't tell me anything on its own. We got to go into debugger, monitors, FPS, and maybe this stuff too. I don't know. That's pretty good. All right, now I'm going to put this on the left side of the screen and we're going to press the GC button. We're on a very powerful machine right now, and it's possible this does nothing for us. So yeah, I don't know, but let's try it on the Steam Deck. Unfortunately, getting this build over to the Steam Deck is obnoxious. And there's that plugin that can apparently deploy directly to the Steam Deck. But I don't know if I should trust that plugin. Like, I don't know that this is working right now. All right, well, let's go and let's look at my release, or no, my Steam Deck instructions. Can't you run the build inside a VM with low specs? I need to set up a VM though. I haven't done that from Mac. And like, how would I get something that runs a game? Hey, Curto. Typically use a botch setup of SSH and rsync to get my builds to Steam Deck. Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad. I guess that's all the plugins probably doing anyway. Because otherwise, what I'm gonna have to do is like, yeah, build and release it over there. Wait, I'd have to do this anyway, right? Like the bulk of the time that I spend doing this is in exporting a Linux build. I'd have to export a Linux build regardless. Installing Godot on the Steam Deck is an option still. Yeah, that's true. And then just pulling in the repo and... Well, how about this? Let's do this a couple times this way. Looking to add like this to sync builds to Steam Deck. Probably just a combination of SSH plus rsync, which shouldn't actually require an add-on. I'd recommend making a dev toolbar. We have a dev toolbar. The problem is I'm testing on a release version of the game, which is why this wouldn't work anyway. No, it would work. Yeah. I can in fact enable this on that version. Yeah, the bigger issue is just getting this onto the Steam Deck. Because as far as dev toolbar goes, we have this menu. So we have things like speed up the game here, grant a bunch of items if we want to. Regardless, this button is not going to make it to players. So it doesn't matter if I put it in the main menu or in the dev menu. It's just for testing for today. I don't plan on keeping this in the game. All right, so I guess turn this stuff off. And yeah, let's go publish this. Modified release tool. So I only had the Linux build exporting and the Steam upload running. Okay. Release tool. So we don't want this. We don't want really any of this stuff, right? It does need to upload to Steam though. Okay, let's see what else we need to do. If we don't set project metadata, we'll have the wrong version on Steam. Isn't this fun? Yeah. Isn't this fun? So this needs to go up here. And the flavor is going to be the release flavor. The version technically doesn't matter. So let's just get the current version and call it that. Per version. Flavor is going to be build flavor.release. Be interesting to see if increasing the game speed and letting it go causes frame dips. Yeah, maybe let's enable that menu. So in feature flags, we have is debug. I'll just hard code this to true. And that way I should be able to use this even on the Steam Deck. Oh, except that you have to press K to open it up. And pressing K on the Steam Deck is really annoying. So maybe we should add a button to the town menu that opens up the cheat menu. This is so stupid. All right, cheats button. Actually, we could detect that. I could detect it by one of the physical keys on the Steam Deck, like pressing Y does it or something like that. I'll just do it here. Cheats. Okay, so let's copy all of this. Cheats button. Oh, I would like that to type it out for me. Yes. Yep, cool. Okay, and then how do we actually open this thing? It's when you press K. Does the cheats menu have its own thing here? Unhandled input. Yeah. We just said visible equal, not equal visible. But the cheats menu is probably not accessible from anywhere. Where art thou, cheats menu? Town has it? Town cheats menu. Is this public? Oh, it's... We don't keep a reference to this? Oh god, we don't. All right. Well, we could just have this return the cheats menu. All right, I'm just going to hack everything together as long as we're doing this. So fine. Return cheats menu. And then in town, let's save this off. Private cheats menu equals null. Why did I make that private? Should be public because we're cheating everything together. So return this. Great. Now over here we do town.cheatsmenu dot show. Well, then we have no way of hiding it. Although we already have no way of hiding it, right? So I'm going to run into a bigger issue, which is that, yeah, this is maybe dumb. I think it is easier to map a button. I think we're going to do that. Let's delete this and this. This should have been whatever it was already. This can now be void again. All right, we shouldn't have any changes to any of that stuff. Even the town menu, we shouldn't need this here anymore. Delete. So we need to know if you pressed a particular key here. And I just got to figure out what that's set to by default. Input map. Nothing's bound by default, is it? UI tab panel set to X by default. Okay, so UI toggle tab panel. Let's use that. UI toggle tab panel. And just do the same thing here. And then we got to unmap it from whatever it's mapped to right now. So this just won't be a thing anymore. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, pressing X on the controller should now pop up the cheats menu. So if I just go play the game and I plug in this controller, and then we go into story mode. That's not working. Oh, the button is plus. Why did it say it was bound to X? Am I mistaken in whatever I just read? UI toggle tab. Oh, it says plus right there. Oh, X is the physical key on the keyboard. Okay, yeah, it's plus. Okay, great. Yeah, it's working. Oh, yeah. Oh, I could have just found. Yeah, that's right, Curdlefish. All right, well, whatever. I already wrote the code for this. Yeah, I forgot about that. Hey, Gleska. Blood Thief's developer made his playthrough repeated while loading to make shader compilation not an issue. Huh. Is it possible to have a button combination mapping? Yeah, it would be possible. It also would have been possible to just do what I needed to do, like Curdlefish was saying, which is just bind it on the Steam Deck. So now we have a way of popping up the cheats menu and closing it, right? Yeah, and closing it. So I don't need this controller anymore. And now I need to put this on the Steam Deck. So we just run the release tool, but instead of building everything, export all platforms is just going to export a single platform. And that platform is going to be platform.linux steam. Okay. Now what? Has to upload to Steam. Yeah, this all looks fine. And then probably revert changes to files. What does this do? Project and exports. Yeah, this is correct. And the... Yeah, nice. Okay, all that's good. Okay, let's run it. I'm gonna run this from the command line. Let's title this release and then do Skeleseller and run. All right. Can we beat the ad break? That's the question. This takes about 30 seconds. Oh no, I need to do something. I need to add in the, this is part of what I spent time doing yesterday. In the release tool, I added this thing at the top, which is ensure Steam has cache credentials. I am pretty sure, and I don't know if this is a bug or if this is just something I started noticing because I'm testing more often. I have my phone set up to use Steam Guard. And I think anytime Steam Guard triggers for me, it clears my cached credentials. So yesterday I logged in. I have two accounts. I have like a personal one and I have like a dev account. And I logged in on the personal one. And then my dev credentials were cleared. So I think it's just anytime you use Steam Guard. So this might not work when I type yes here. It might hang on this line. And if it does, then I need that cache credentials thing back in. Please don't hang here. I think it's stuck. But I don't think I used Steam Guard yesterday. Man, this is really annoying. It's really, really annoying. Okay, let's do this when I get back from my break. Need to cache Steam credentials again. Yeah. All right. Well, is it jump time? It's jump time. Hello again. Also, hey people on YouTube. Sorry, I closed the game. I do not look at YouTube chat that frequently. I have this and hey, Cole Skull Kid. Okay, so need to cache Steam credentials again. Engage privacy mode. All right, give me a sec. I gotta run this plus quits, and then this, and then this. Did it work? I don't even know if it worked. This is the worst sometimes. No, it did not work. It's still not working. What's going on? It's... Oh, man. Why? Sorry, I'm trying to figure this out. Man, I don't know why this started happening all of a sudden. I can't seem to paste in my credentials either. Logging in, this account is protected by SteamGuard. Okay, now it's working, I think. Approve. All right, it's uploading everything. Successfully finished. Wow, great. All right, so now we go modify this and quit this thing and probably quit this thing. And yeah, nice, great. Well, all right, let's put this on the right branch. There. Now we should see an update over here. That's not Steam. That's Steam. So I don't see an update button. That doesn't necessarily happen immediately. What about over here? Ah, okay, we have an update button over here. Does it show when I do this? Starting download. Updating. Yeah, nice. Okay, cool. Update is in progress. The game will be ready to stream when the download completes. Oh, I gotta click it again. Yeah, should have had to click it again. All right, so now we can open the cheat menu with this button, maybe? Yes. Good. Okay, so let's take a look. If I click the GC button, if I just keep mashing it, the frame rate does drop. Oh, I don't think it's obvious unless I also do this, maybe. No, it's not happening anymore. It's got to actually have something to garbage collect. It's probably not just triggering the garbage collector that does this. And I need to do it before it happens automatically. I don't know. All right, well, let's do this. Let's add a whole bunch of customers. And then let's speed this up so they enter town. So there's our little conga line of customers. Honestly, the game runs pretty smoothly, even if you have a bunch of customers and items and stuff. It's probably, yeah, maybe just garbage collection. I do see it dip down to 52. I'll also give myself a bunch of workers. Go my worker army. Yeah, it's running pretty smoothly. Okay, so it's at 60 now. Hasn't dipped yet. Went to 58 for a sec. Yeah, I don't think... Maybe it's related to garbage collection. But it's pretty hard to tell from just this. Let's get this thing, this, and what else do we have? Instant loot. Yeah. Now turn on auto casting on here. Anything else I see here? Yeah, it's still dipping occasionally. Is it when making items, maybe? Maybe it's when items are overlapping. I didn't think about that. Maybe having the warehouse causes... Oh, you know what I could do? I could just cheat in items. All right, does this cause a frame drop? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But then once they're on the ground, it's not so bad. Okay, that could explain this. Although I'm not certain why... Oh, we would see that happen pretty much anytime new items come out, right? I guess I can just make new items come out. Grant items. Yeah, that definitely causes a frame drop. And then any new item should also cause one, right? Vile, how does fast forwarding work? Does every calculation just get multiplied by game speed or something? That's a built-in Godot thing right there, this increased game speed. So it's just probably changing the delta by whatever this multiplier is. So instead of thinking that 1 millisecond has passed, it'll think 8 milliseconds have passed. Am I loading the atlas every time or is it cached? That's up to Godot, but it probably caches it. Creation of the item in a large enough group. What I think is that it might have to do with... When I make items, they have physics enabled just so that they push themselves away from the portal. And maybe it's that that's doing it. Because it only seems to be like, I guess another way we could test this is just turn off items. Yeah, I don't have a way of doing that though, do I? I guess we kind of do by just stopping the battle. But then we wouldn't know if it comes from battles. But yeah, if I just run this long enough, do we still see a frame drop? Because I could have sworn this happened even when we're not auto battling. Like right now it's running at 60 FPS. There's a lot of stuff happening, right? This is like a normal iteration of the game that we're looking at right now. But there's also no item physics happening. It dipped briefly to 59. Yeah, it dipped briefly to 59 again. I'm not so concerned about that. Because we'll do general performance improvements. Yeah, it dipped to 58. It hasn't dipped to 52, which is when we see an obvious stutter happening. Oh man, oh wait, there. I think it just dipped. Okay, so it's not necessarily just items pushing each other. To generate them over the span of frames instead of in bulk. They actually are already generated over the span of frames, but their physics is on until they come to a rest. But the physics thing shouldn't cause that much of a problem. It could just be the creation of all those items too, because every item is actually 3 sprites. And some other stuff. And the some other stuff might be causing it, I'm not sure. But yeah, in general, this looks like it's... No, it just stuttered there too. Oh, wait a second. What if it has to do with customers desiring a specific item? Because they pop up a thought bubble? The thought bubble doesn't have physics enabled, though. I don't know if it's just that. Worst thing is that there's no good way to profile. Yeah. Because if I could measure this with one of these spikes, I'd be able to tell what's happening. Well, wait a second. Couldn't we profile if we go with what Xyletics was saying and just put Godot on this machine? That might be possible. When are you going to incorporate some Claude Code or Codex into dev workflow? I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever do that. But I might. But it wouldn't be for this game. What is when they purchase? I think if we just don't have any items at all, like right now, I don't think there's any purchasing going on. Because I think the only items we have are weapons, and we don't have the weapon shop. And there are still frame drops. If I zoom in, does that help by any chance? Yeah, it helps a little bit, I think. Okay, well, let's make the weapon shop and see what happens. Yeah, I didn't see an obvious, but oh, it dropped to 50 for a second there. So now they're all going to just ditch their items in the garbage slime. Yeah. I don't see any obvious drop when they're doing those sorts of things. What if I run the GC now? Yeah, just dip briefly. Throwing darts in the dark. Yeah. Well, what I was hoping is that I'd see some correlation between a game activity and when the frame rates happen, frame rate drops. I don't see that correlation. I thought, oh, maybe it's every time they battle. There hasn't been a battle running. Maybe it's when they purchase. It's not like it's purchases that are causing it. It doesn't even necessarily seem like it's items. What if it's just floating text? No. That doesn't do anything. Although it did drop to 53 for a second there. But I don't think it's related to this or we would have seen it. Done anything fancy to increase performance, or is it just about fixing mistakes or non-optimal solutions? I don't know what you consider fancy to be, but I have profiled this before and I did fix some issues that we came across. There were some glaring issues. I don't remember what they were because this was at least a month ago. What was it? I don't remember. It was some kind of, it's probably just needing to cache something. All right, well, okay. So we have, I think, 2 routes we could take. So route number 1 is try to get profiling set up on the Steam Deck itself. This is probably not going to work on stream, even if it works at all. Because we need to, I don't know how I'd even cast the Steam Deck stream. So you'd just be watching me type into a different computer. But anyway, route number 2 is make improvements based on profiling on the Mac and then try those improvements on the Steam Deck. So what we could do on that second front, because this is what we should do anyway, probably. What we could do on that second front is we could replicate this scenario that we're in. Like, let me just make sure frame drops happen in this scenario. So I'm just moving around. There it goes. Yeah. So drop to 52. There are no items on screen. There's nothing that could produce. Oh, wait, no. A crop. We have 18 overflow seeds. Okay, let's burn through all these overflow seeds then. Let's just speed this up. I don't have a faster way to do this, so we just have to wait for them to harvest all these until the overflow seeds gets down to 0. And it's at 14 right now. Now it's at 10. So yeah, another 2.5 cycles, which should take maybe 30 seconds, I think. Yeah. At least none of this is game breaking. Yeah, but I would like to run quickly. All right, so it's almost done. I just want to rule out crops from this scenario. Oh, sorry, we have to wait for the last cycle because now there are no overflow, but there are still 2 seeds on the farm. Okay, good. So those are all gone. And now what's the frame rate at 60? I'm going to move around again. I'm expecting to see it dip anyway. Yep, there. Okay, so it just dipped. And actually something else popped up on the screen too. What was that? Underneath PMEM, something came up quickly, but I didn't have time to see it. And again, I know you can't see what I'm looking at. There's an overlay that's just on the Steam Deck. I'd love to be able to cast this. No, I don't see frame drops happening anymore. I'm just going to keep moving around for a bit. Let's zoom out. Huh, strange. What if it's when I hover over something? No. It's not happening anymore. Was it crops then? No, oh, it just happened. Okay, and did anything happen in the game? Doesn't look like it. And it's just happening again. Okay, so we're going to save this. Save and quit. And then wait for that to sync, which probably is already done. Then I need to start it from this machine so we get that exact same save file. So play. Unable to sync. No, I don't want to play anyway. I want it to sync. It has to sync. Why is it not working? Steam Cloud out of date. Hello? Oh, I don't need to do this. I could do it through that one thing. The link online. Here, remote storage. We just go over to here. and I save this. This should be from right now, right? February 12th at 9:58. Yep, here it is. Okay, so just download that. All right, so there's my saved. Oh, that's quite the name you've created for yourself. Let's just save.json. And now I want that in here. Yeah, I want that in here. Replace. So now when I load it locally, I'll have that exact same save file with a bunch of stuff going on. And I already know some things I can do to improve the performance, because I have them written down from last time. But let's just make sure we've got the game that I thought we had. It should be looking exactly where the camera was before too. Yeah, so it's pretty zoomed out. We have a bunch of stuff going on. We have actually not as many customers anymore because it only saves the ones that you naturally had, not the ones you cheated in. So we technically should have to add like another 10 or 20 customers. But otherwise, same file. So all right, so what are we doing here? So goal for now is improve performance on Mac, then publish a new version to the Steam Deck and see if it had any impact. All right, let's go figure out how to profile this. C# Godot profiling. All right, build your game first. .NET doesn't automatically build, so we just run this. Then do whatever you want in your game. When finished, press enter or control C. Okay, easy peasy. I don't have the game running, do I? Nope. Okay, so we paste this in here. The game runs, we start it up. We click continue. And then we pretty much just wait here. I mean, I can add some customers. But otherwise, we just let it stay on the screen for like 20, 30 seconds. I don't know. Time to drink some water. Because I'm thinking if there's anything that happens occasionally, like what if it's, I don't know, a customer idling or something? Now we want to make sure we're at least getting that. Man, if it is something like a customer idling, that would be kind of crazy. It's like, why would idling cause an issue? But that's the only... No, there are two things I think that could happen that are kind of random right now. A customer can idle. They'll just stand there and face the camera. I don't see that happening. And a customer can want something specific. And I guess a customer could also leave town. I think those are the three random things that can happen. But I think those are the only randomness, the only sources of randomness. I mean, technically, it's like where people are pathing to as well, but I don't think that would cause an issue. All right, so that's good enough. So now let's go press enter on this. Now, how do we read this thing? Open Chrome, press F12, go to performance. Okay. And load trace. And then where did I save the trace to? Godot, Skeleseller profiling, Skeleseller, got it. Open. Alrighty, here is our trace. So let's have a look at this. Click the, if you don't see anything, expand process 0. Excuse me, sorry. Couldn't mute fast enough. Expand process 0, where's that? Did this work? What am I looking at right now? Yeah, let me try this again. Load trace. This one. This is 15 megabytes, yeah, from today. Huh, strange. Yeah, very strange. What is this tool? This is just Chrome. But Chrome has a way to load trace files in, and I've even hit this issue in the past where if you don't see anything, expand process 0. I don't see process 0 here. It makes me feel like I didn't take the trace correctly. Wait a second. Where'd that go? profiling. Yeah, 1002. Well, yeah, I said no every once in a while. A Chromium JSON file shows nothing, so I just switched to speed scope. All right, fine. -- format speed scope. I mean, I don't want to do this again. Okay, out of curiosity, if I load this up, no, it doesn't work. What if I load this up? Do we see process 0 in here? I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff. It clearly did something here. Why can't I load it? That's the problem. And that's roughly the amount of time I probably had it open for, right? Like, it just doesn't look like it captured anything. Yeah, I don't know why that happens. Oh my God. You have to, oh my God. So stupid. Okay, apparently this was blocking where it says process 0. Okay, let's write that in the notes. Yeah, that's not obvious to me. If you don't even see process 0, then you may have the bottom section. Then you may have to move the bottom section farther downward. I'm just going to take a picture of this because there's no way I would have. Yeah. So dumb. All right, let's take a picture of this. Stoop. Great. Drag this separator downward to reveal process 0. Now let's put that in the old notes. Yeah, nice. Wow. Okay. I wonder how many times that's happened to me. And I was just like, oh, there's no data here. Now I see that there's data. All right. Well, now that we have this, we can actually look at this. And we wanted to look at the last like 30-ish seconds. How do I zoom out here? How do I zoom out? What am I? Oh, full range. Okay, yeah. So we want to look at like this time frame. And let's just click bottom up. Okie dokie. What are we looking at? Godot Sharp instance from ID is 25% of our time. Where's that coming from? I mean, pretty much everything that calls in a Godot is going to need to do this. So the goal is to not call in a Godot as much. Is this coming from enumerating adventurers? No. Enumerating item displays. Interesting. These notes are really idiot proof. They have to be. Because I'm going to forget this stuff over and over. Okay, so here's what this makes me think. Get occupied or empty item displays. This is probably enumerating Godot nodes. Is that what's happening? Yo, thanks for the resub. Welcome back. Happy 6 years. My goodness. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, this is the problem. Well, this is a problem. So what's happening here, for those who don't know, so we're using C#. In order to call into Godot, Godot is C++. So we need to marshal data between C# and C++. So even an API pretty much as simple as like get node by ID, and you pass in some ID, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or whatever. Even this is not as simple as it appears. One, the string that gets passed in is not just a C# string most of the time, it's a Godot string. So there's some casting that happens there too. And then 2 is that we need to cross this function boundary from C# to C++. So what that practically means is that calling get children every single frame is a stupid idea. And then we should cache these and we'll just immediately gain like this 11% boost where over the course of, 33 seconds, for 4 of those seconds, they evaporate. We're just not doing anything for that time. So that's one of the things we got to do. So let's write this stuff down. Where is my other browser window? Here it is. Okay, so gotta improve whatever this function is called. Get all item displays. It's fetching from the scene tree, but should be caching. All right, what else? Regeneration system. I already know about this. Although, why is this running at all? I guess it doesn't know what entities to get. Get adventurers. And is it get adventurers it's calling this? Because I already knew about this problem. Is this going to eventually show me get adventurers? I'm not sure about that. It's in process, though. The only thing that's happening in process is get adventurers and then update entity. Update entity looks pretty basic because none of the adventurers in battle. So it must be get adventurers, but why don't I see that here? And same thing with treasure chests. Wow. Probably should write notes about all this stuff at the end of this. Don't fetch nodes every frame. Cache them. So it kind of flew over my head. Did you say get children especially bad with C#, or is it bad even with GDScript? I don't know about GDScript, but it's bad in C#. With that said, you could always cache things in GDScript as well. And it's probably a good idea to do that. Because what's happening here is we're saying, like this, for example, get adventurers. It's saying get all the children of a certain node. So, I mean, that's pretty simple in theory. We go to something like this menu and we're like, okay, there's that, there's that, there's that, there's that. Like that on its own is O of N going through all of these children. So even if it worked flawlessly in GDScript, you're still doing N operations instead of one operation. So you could just cache all these things. And then you're iterating over them again later in C#. So you're telling Godot to do an O of N iteration and you're doing an O of N iteration. The O of N that you're doing is probably impossible to avoid because in this case, it's like, well, we need to regenerate adventurers. If we don't iterate over all of them, then they won't all regenerate. But yeah, I missed it. Did you find an issue? So I'm just finding things that can be improved. We don't know for sure that it's like a smoking gun kind of issue here, but there's definitely room for improvement. And if we look at this, out of all of our time, we are spending quite a lot of time in this function, which is get occupied or empty item displays. I think we can cause this to go down to 0. So I'm going to probably do that. But then I'm trying to find other ones that we can look at too. So this says regeneration system. I think this is the same problem that we had before. And I already wrote this one down. So let's go find where I wrote that down. Yeah, here it is. Regeneration system is iterating over these. Just store the adventurers. This converting to a Godot string. May want to use a pool of floating text. Good deal. Probably on a profile. Use broad changeability. Come on. Okay, let's write this down. And this should be the same fix for pretty much all of these things. Okay, what next? Array. What is this? Copy to? Generic list. List extension sample. Get wander target? Really? Oh man, this is not good. Base wander, state process, process. What is the actual function it's calling? This is really embedded in there. All right, well, we can probably just go find it. Customer wander, process, base. It's probably not in the base, is it? Add wander location. It might be. Get wander target. No, I don't think that's a problem. Must be one of these. Where's get wander target? Aha. Oh, there it is. Yeah, my bad. I only saw this part. I didn't see the other function in here. Okay, yeah, obviously that first function is fine. This one is not because of this. Fun stuff. Fun stuff. All right, so get wander target should be improved as well. What else? Let's just enumerate all the things that need to be improved, and then let's improve them all at once. Seek specific item. What are you doing? Probably fetching item displays. What are you doing? All right, let's go find that. Seek specific items, state process. You are also calling get wander target. Oh, nice. Okay. Okay, so that's going to improve, assuming we do all this stuff. How do we find the roll up of that? 1% here, 8% here. I don't know. I don't really care. It's going to improve stuff. Yeah. Maybe 20% of the time wouldn't have been taken, which is significant. And that was that pretty much everything? We don't have anything else taking up a lot of time here? I guess not. And this is 2%? What is this? Is this for animations? Yeah, I know about this. I just don't know what to do about it. This is the other thing I have written down from before. Animation equals animation string to name. It's converting to a Godot string. We need to cache the string name somewhere. Okay, let's just copy paste that up there. Hey, Mysterious, are you using Chrome DevTools to profile C#? I'm using Chrome DevTools to look at the profile. So I didn't actually take the profile with it. But yeah, Chrome DevTools, I mean, all it's doing is looking at like functions and how long they took. So yeah, nothing language specific as far as I know. Okay, anything else that we can glean from this? Okay, that's interesting. We shouldn't even use Godot for random numbers? Well, that's not what I would expect. This kind of makes me wonder, do you gain any performance boost by using C#? And you probably do, but then you lose it by doing these things wrong? How did I capture it? My notes on that are over here. C# Godot. Profiling. Yeah, here. So I use .NET Trace. Okay, so this is also eye-opening. We're not supposed to use Godot for random numbers. Where'd that go? Here. Get random point. Get random worker idle position. Where's that? Get random worker idle position. It's, yeah, literally just calling g.randef. This on its own requires marshalling. So just to generate a number from 0 to 1, I'm taking way more time than I should be. Oh, God. It's suggesting you spend a lot of time on computers making random numbers. Yeah, but it's not the random number generator that's the problem. It's marshalling from C# to Godot that's the problem. So again, the main thing here is we have this C# interface to C++ code. And yeah, I think there's probably some like C# marshalling performance. I'll just let the AI thing answer this. It's already been triggered here anyway. Wow. Good job, AI. Yeah, process of converting between managed.NET and unmanaged native memory can be a major performance bottleneck if not handled. This is true in pinvo, ComInterop, or I'm calling the C++ DLLs. So I understand the cost. Every time you pass data between managed and unmanaged code, the runtime may allocate temporary buffers, copy data, convert formats. Overhead is per call. So frequent calls with small data can be worse than fewer calls with large data. So yeah, reduce the number of transitions. Use unsafe and fixed buffers. Prefer ref for out over struct copies. You think watching dev streams is a good way to learn? I don't know how much of a waste of time it is if my goal is just to learn. I think it's probably a good way to learn. And I think it's a good way to learn in ways that you wouldn't have even expected. So as an example, I have a lot of parts of my workflow that people have benefited from over the years, whether it's something like hotkey usage or even this keyboard that I have or note taking or just my thinking out loud. And actually sometimes the way I approach a problem, like a lot of times you'll see me write something out like problem, performance, and you know, option 1, do this, option 2, do whatever else. Like even that you might learn from. In addition to that though, you might learn some like coding or game dev things along the way, or yeah, other tool usage. So I think it's worthwhile. And I think you're already asking questions. I think just continuing to ask questions is probably a good way to foster that learning. Probably depends on how it's implemented. Well, C# has a native way of generating a random number from 0 to 1. I'm guessing it's a rand call. I don't know where it is. C# generate random number 0 to 1. there's probably its own built-in randf function. How to generate a float. Yeah, here. Yeah, random.next double. Then maybe there's a random.next float. I don't know, but it's like trivially easy for us to do instead. Random.next. Oh, where does... Is this a class you have to make? It's a class you have to make. Okay, so new random.next. Yeah, next double. So we could just save off our random somewhere and then just call next double instead. And we'd never have this problem. Oh, random.shared. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So how many places do we use gd.randf? And the problem, by the way, is not necessarily using this. It's, do we use it like every single frame? Although in this particular case, I don't see any reason you should ever use this. Ever. I don't think there's ever a reason you should prefer this over just using the built-in C# one. It saves some characters. That's kind of nice. But yeah, otherwise, I don't think there's a reason to do that. So let's write this down too. gd.randf. Is that how you capitalize it? Yeah. Should probably be replaced with float. Yeah. I think Adam's thinking a lot of me. Last questions is very beneficial. Yeah, I think it's part of the workflow stuff of like, you might not, let me actually just cut off my own sentence by saying this. I think with devs in particular, you're not generally going to watch someone else code on a job unless they have some pair programming culture. So it's hard to know what you don't know. And I think seeing other people work will reveal some of that. Yeah. So far, it's caused me to pick up Obsidian and order a new keyboard. By the way, this is kind of crazy. I think this is going to bite a lot of Godot developers. Not this specific issue, but just that you take for granted that, oh, I'm calling a function, and that function is just generating a random number, right? That should be pretty simple. And in fact, if you look at the Godot code, I don't know why I'm even typing random in there. I want to just go to the code. Here we go. Randf. Can we find the definition of this? Because I'm guessing it's going to be like some stupidly simple function. Okay. Well, not stupidly simple, but it's pretty simple. And yeah, this is very likely not going to take a lot of CPU time. In fact, it kind of makes me wonder, I guess maybe you could set the seed of Godot or something. Can you do that actually? Godot set random seed. Because if you can, then that's a reason to not just always use the built-in C# one. Page guides you through, a brief overview. Lastly, take a look at this. All right, let's just search for seed. Yeah, so there is a way to set the seed. Oh, and rand I forgot about that. Where do we use that? Nowhere? But we use rand range, I believe. This should be a problem too, right? Yeah. Hey, Ramo. Get different qualities, distributions. Yeah. So, sorry, I'm very much simplifying this. I guess what I mean is, like, let's say you have a bullet dispersion in a game or something, and you're like, I just need it to be random. It's like, you probably don't care too much about any of the properties of the randomness unless you're synchronizing it over a multiplayer game. And even then you might not care. So, all right. Yeah, this, I guess, similarly, any other, I guess we could just search for gd.rand, right? This should find every single instance of it. And then we just type rand and do this, and we find all of them. So what am I doing? A whole bunch of randfs, excuse me. But that's all my code? No, the chromium.json was open. Okay, well, we got to get rid of that then. Oh, God. It just, like, froze VS Code. Next single for float? Oh, I didn't know that existed. may need to be next single. And thank you. I appreciate that, Lucifer. Is this gonna... Yeah, Windows not responding. All right, just close it. Oh, close the whole thing? Oh, man. I thought it was just that one buffer. All right, let's try that again. I'll close every tab that we have open. gd.rand. And I only want to include star.cs files. Open an editor, search for rand, do one of those, do one of those. Okay, one of those is in a comment, by the way, the word randomized there. I don't really care. I just want to see roughly how many are coming from where. So a few rand f's, a couple of these, and then a whole bunch of rand range. So yeah, probably got to do that. Similarly, wait, what are these other ones though? Are they actually... This is my own function. That's not a Godot thing. Okay, so that's fine. Randomize was in a comment, and then randomly must be in a comment. Yeah. All right, so the only two functions we have are these. And if we make them unique, we should only have 2 lines. Yep. Similarly, gd.rand range should probably be addressed. These are somewhat minor, and you can even see that in the performance profile that I took here, which is that this is taking up... Oh, it's not actually that minor. It's 1% of the time. This is kind of nuts. Yeah, we're going to speed this up a lot. What mouse am I using? Do you have a regular mouse or a Magic Trackpad? I use a G600. But it's been discontinued, so the next mouse I'm going to buy is going to be the SwiftPoint Z3 when it comes out, and see if this is any good. This mouse is kind of weird because this is left click and this is right click, but then there's also a button here and then there's also a button here. So left click and right click both actually have 3 buttons on them. But the reason why I would want to get the next version of this mouse is because, I don't know if they have a picture of it, their software is like super configurable, and I'm hoping that it suits my needs. Is the search function that appears in the middle built into VS Code? It is, yes. And you probably use it all the time, but you don't realize that it was there because you can just drag the panel at the top to wherever you want to. And then if you type a % in here, it's quick search. So I can search for rand and then there it is. Yeah, G600 has been discontinued for a couple of years now. Do you see the new one? I'm guessing that's either a gamer mouse or something. They just don't make mice anymore that have a ton of buttons. Logitech, I mean. They have like 6 max, it seems. So no, I haven't really seen this, but this is not what I want. I want a productivity mouse. Like I use, I know it's kind of weird. I use an MMO mouse for my operating system. And I've shown this every once in a while, but again, with just, let me make sure OBS is showing this. So yeah, with just the mouse, like I don't have my hands on the keyboard right now. I have window movement. Sorry, OBS had the focus. So I'm changing OBS right now. All right, so I have some window movement commands. I can move it to the left, to the right, maximize it. I have tab switching commands, so I can go between tabs. I can close these things. I can go to another instance of Chrome. I have a bunch of text editing stuff on here. So I have things like all the arrows. So up, right, left, down. I have page up, page down, home and end. I can press enter. I can press backspace. I can press delete. I can press space. I can type the letter K here. There's a whole lot of stuff that I use very frequently. I can close this tab and then press no to that dialog without moving the mouse over there. So those are all really nice things. It's like if you're going to use the mouse anyway, you might as well have a whole bunch of functions on it. And that's why I want a special mouse. Okay, so is there anything else in here that's showing up that we could trim down? What's this? This is only 0.9%, but it might still be worth looking through. Convert to Godot object. What is this coming from? There it is, regeneration system. Why is convert to Godot object being called from that? It's in process of the regeneration system? Is it because of this? I don't know. No, it's got to be because of this, right? Yeah, I think we just need to cache this. Pretty good for Mac, not many buttons. Yeah, and I was debating, like, should I just use a regular mouse? But no, I want to try that new one. Well, I also have a bunch of shortcuts on the keyboard too. Like I said, I think there are some things that are just the mouse is best for. I think scrolling, yeah, you can scroll with the keyboard. You can use page up, you can use page down, you can search for things. But just scrolling down a website, for example, whose content you don't know, like let's say you're looking through, I don't know, Stack Overflow answers. It's like, yeah, there could be some extension that pops you to the next answer, but like, what if you want to go down to this paragraph, for example? It's like, I just find scrolling to be best for that. The mouse is also, I think, best for any drawing programs. It's like if you want to draw a particular shape, it's easier with a mouse than a keyboard. A tablet's even better than a mouse for that, but still, like, good luck using a keyboard to draw stuff. So yeah, that's my thinking. Like when you are on the mouse, you might as well have a keyboard there. All right, anything else here? So what accounts for the rest of this time? Oh, this. Oh my God, yeah, look at that. Move and slide. Is this because of items? Move and slide. Oh, it is not. Oh man, that's kind of crazy. That's taking up 17% of the time. Also, just checking is visible is taking up 4% of the time. That's kind of crazy. This is coming from, yeah, navigation system. I already know. There's no other place in the code. What do we do about this? There's only move and slide, and there's move and collide, right? Move and, no, there's, Why do I even do this, though? Like, what does this do? Moves the body based on velocity. If the body collides with another, it'll slide along the other body. There is no collision that I have set, so why would I do this? Oh, man. Oh, man. I think we're going to get a gigantic speed up when we change all of this stuff. Hey, Folky. What is your current VS Code configuration, especially the Vim binds? I don't use Vim key bindings. My configuration is mostly out of the box stuff with like some customized keyboard shortcuts. I don't think it's usually worth sharing a lot of those things only because like you can just change them yourself. I think what's more helpful is knowing what I use in VS Code. So as an example, like I navigate to files with Command P. I type something like, regeneration system. I navigate to functions with Command R. I type something like process. And then I switch tabs. I, do some VS Code source control stuff in here. And I don't know, anything else you see me using, feel free to ask about. But yeah, they're not, I don't find that the shortcuts themselves are all that important. Plus I have a very custom keyboard that has things like for me to select all text, in my navigation layer, I press these two keys at once. That is not the kind of thing that most people would do. They usually just press Control A. But there's a reason I do that. It's to minimize layer switching. Trying to swap to Dvorak. Never learned to touch type with my left hand, so I'm struggling to learn to type using the new setup. Normally swap back to my ISO QWERTY regularly because it's demotivating me. Yeah, I think you just need to hang in there, and you will eventually get there. I made this video on how it felt when I was learning this stuff, and yeah, it's very tough. Because I switched from QWERTY to Colmac, and yeah, looking back, I don't think it was worthwhile. I think I should have just stuck with QWERTY. In fact, I'm actually debating on switching back to QWERTY. I would probably tank my productivity again for a little bit. Yeah, I don't know how I feel. You're the best streamer. Thank you. Although I'm not a game dev, I enjoy watching your stream. Do you have any blog posts about you? Do you stream for a living, or do you also work as a game dev? I don't have a blog post. I just have this command that whoops, I meant to tag you in that. Sorry about that. All right, well, anyway, I have this. This is my job. I wrote about when I worked at Google. If there's something else you want to know, feel free to ask. I don't necessarily mind answering, but there are questions that are sometimes too personal, and it's okay for you to ask, but I will decline to answer. So if you're like, how much money did you make at Google or something, like, yeah, that's not something I've shared. But if you're like, oh, what did you work on? Like, yeah, that's something I've shared, and I don't mind talking about that. So yeah, move and slide, big problem. We're going to have to probably change that and see if it still works. Move and slide is taking up how much of the time? 17%. We don't even need physics. We can just modify the position based on the velocity. And then checking if something is visible, taking 4.3% of the time. Really? And we do this on tooltips all the time? Oh, man. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Extractor process. So we do this on every single frame. Because of what base process? Yeah, here it is. Excuse me. I have a languages command that answers that, but I haven't updated in a while because of the second sentence there. I don't think it's super important. I especially don't think it's very important if you end up using AI. One of the things that AI is usually pretty good at is syntax, at least. So even if it comes up with the wrong logic, it usually produces code that works, has the right amount of semicolons and parentheses and everything. And I mean, even if you weren't using like LLM AI, it's like editors can still do most of that stuff for you or point out the errors. It's like if I had a missing parenthesis here, this one turns red. And then there's a, yeah, expected parenthesis. All right, so get visible. I mean, I don't know what we're supposed to do about this. What do we do? What is this checking? That it's visible? Man, we could cache this and we could listen for visibility changed. And that would simplify this. I don't know if it's worth necessarily doing that, but you know, we can write it down. Even just checking tooltip that is showing from source is causing visible to be hit every single frame from multiple sources, e.g. the extractor and weapon grinder or armor grinder, key grinder. We should probably cache visible. All right, let's keep looking through this. This list is growing longer than I wanted it to. What else? So move and slide is visible. What's happening in is navigation finished? Physics process pursue target location in navigation system. Pursue target location. And what's it calling? Pathfind? Oh, Pathfind is probably an issue though because of move and slide. No, it's because of its navigation finish, it said. Where's that? Oh, because of this. Oh my God. You know, I almost wonder, is it worth mixing in some GD script so that we don't have this problem? But then wouldn't we have, well, it's probably a mess if I did that. You got any tips for junior developers to make in the job market? Based on your experience, do you think the certificates are worth it? Graduated July 2025, still searching for a job, have 1 year internship in the personal projects. So I have been in kind of two different scenarios. One is I was a junior dev a long time ago now. And two is that I haven't been looking for a job in this market. So there's two reasons why you should take everything I'm about to tell you with a grain of salt. In my experience, certs aren't worth it, but that's my experience. So it's possible even when I was looking for a job last that they were worth it. The second is I think you should use your network as much as possible. Any like fellow students you had, any like friends who got a job, anything like that, like talk to them. Because, and this is true for pretty much any level of seniority, is yeah, you can apply to a company, but increasingly with AI, I think applying to companies has been a problem for people on both sides. Companies are getting way more applications than they can even sift through. Applicants are going through like AI interviews now, which sounds dehumanizing. So yeah, getting a human in the mix, I think, is really good. Other than that, it's the usual, like, make sure your hiring materials are good, make sure your skills are good. Oh, hey, Deadeye Wander. Thanks again for helping me yesterday. All right, so I'm not going to worry about this one, I think. In fact, anything less than 1%, we should probably just ignore. So what's this one? Get target position. Oh, man, there's a lot of navigation system stuff in here. I don't know how you were supposed to do this. Maybe not like this. Get target. Wait, what's that called? Oh, maybe it's just target position in here. Yeah, here it is. And we not only fetch it, but then we set it. There's no other way to do this, though, is there? I don't like this. We could improve this if we wanted to. Oh, man. And it's taking up so much time that we probably should. Fine, I'll write it down. Probably need to cache this. I was called back for one of those AI interviews as well. It's for a huge company, so I just dismissed them completely. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what the solution to this problem is, because as soon as you lower a barrier for entry, you'll have people who are trying to exploit that lowered barrier. So it used to be, at least in big tech, there was a lot of like leak code, design problems. And sure, this had its own issues. I know a lot of people had complaints about that this doesn't necessarily match a job, but it was a hurdle that everyone understood and then they could test people on. And it was relatively difficult for you to fake your way through this process, short of just getting an imposter to interview for you. But now with AI, it's like much simpler to get through these processes and be like, oh, hey, that big hurdle, it's not a big hurdle anymore. And interviewers are probably adjusting now to some extent, but it's probably still tough. I should take another break. It's one of my tenets that I have. Also, this has been going well. Like, we've learned a lot. I'm going to improve this. It's going to get better. Hopefully, we just stop seeing frame drops and everyone has a buttery smooth experience playing Skelesaur. And we learn something for the next game. But yeah, I'm going to go take a break for right now. Is it jump time? It's jump time. That's weird. Yeah, Miles, your message was held for something called smart detection. I don't see a problem with it. Yeah, yeah, I don't know why that happened. Weird. Huh. Usually it tells me like there's a word that someone used which could be bad in other contexts, but is usually fine. But yeah, I don't know why that happened in this case. Close the game. Okay, I'm going to continue looking through this. I just want to make sure we captured pretty much everything that we can, and then we go take a look at them afterwards. So these I'm not going to look at because they're not super high in the list, but what's this one about? Get shape. Is this for finding random points? Yes, it is. Okay, let's go look at get random point. Man, I don't know how I feel about this stuff. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. Like, I know I already explained this earlier. Again, the reason we're going through this is we're trying to improve performance of Skeleseller. So that part's pretty obvious. It's right in the title of the stream. But Skeleseller is written in C# and Godot is written in C++, and you need a marshal between the two languages so that any call like this, which looks like, oh, hey, we're just getting a shapes rectangle, right? That should be pretty quick. It's not necessarily pretty quick because you're calling across function interfaces. And I don't think a normal developer would know this or care about this. And it's a gotcha that's not that hard to fix in most cases. So it makes me wonder, like, well, as long as you find them and you just fix them when they become a problem, then I guess it's okay. It's still just, it doesn't sit right with me. Oh, the Randaf, yeah. That I know about. And that's actually, I think, one of the places where this had been a problem. But yeah, even this. Even just fetching, what is this? Get rectangle. This is taking what percentage? 8.8%. Man. All right, what other ones are pretty big up here? This one's 8.1%. This is move child. This I don't know how we could work around though. There's no caching here. What happens is we render the skeleton in a certain way. So if they're facing up, I might get this wrong, so I'm just gonna type something here, but it's like we render the potion, then we render their hands, then we render their body. But if they're facing down, then we render their body, then the potion, then the hands. And in order to get this order correct, we need to rearrange the children. I guess the other thing we could do is we could have both orderings in the scene tree at once and just show or hide them as needed. But even showing and hiding them then would be here. Although move child is presumably heavier than showing and hiding. Solution for a lot of this stuff is to cache, yes. But in cases like this, you need to be maybe more creative. Although, actually, wait a second. Hold on. Do we do this? I guess this only needs to happen every time you go from moving up to moving down or vice versa, which maybe we're not smart about. What is this thing called again? Walk animation system. Yeah, it's here. Just change direction. No, we do keep track of this. So we only do it when we have to do it. But it's, I said anytime we change directions. It's technically only when you change between facing up and not facing up. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Yeah, so we could potentially make this slightly smarter. So walk animation system is taking 8.1% to rearrange the sprites. We track this already, but we really only care when we switched to or from facing up. I.e., we're doing unnecessary work when we change from right to left, for example. Yeah. Potion in hand is always in the same order. No, it's not. The thing that happened at the end is we reversed the order. So we add the sprite, then the hands, then the item, and then if we're facing up, we reverse all three of those. So I think the order, yeah, it'll either be 1, 2, 3 or 3, 2, 1. I don't know. What I wrote over here is wrong. Yeah, my bad. I see what you're saying. It was based on what I wrote here, not what I wrote in the code. And maybe that's wrong too. I'm not sure. How does that make sense though? That hang on, let me see this. So it's the body, then the hands, then the item. And if you're facing up, we reverse them. I don't understand this. We'd probably need to look at a picture. But it must be working or I wouldn't have kept that code. The walk animation system in a top-down 2D game can be a performance issue. Well, something to keep in mind is that every line of code will have some perf impact. There's nothing that's free. And it's just a question of like, okay, how often do you do it? And how not free is it? And what else? That's kind of it. Yeah. So it's like adding two numbers in any language. If you say a equals 1 plus 2, ideally this is eventually turning into some assembly instruction that's like, add two registers together, and maybe it's like set register 1 to 1, set register 2 to 2, and then add these things together. Or maybe there's like an immediate mode where you can just load in the number directly. Anyway, this is fine. This is gonna be super cheap. It's like one cycle on most CPUs, and even in an interpreted language, it's probably not that much overhead. But if you're doing this a trillion times per loop, it's like, okay, well, that's going to be a problem. So it's the same thing here. It's like this animation system, it's not necessarily a problem. It's that we're doing something too often. The way it's written with list and for each is not the best performance. Yeah, and yet that's not what's showing up at the top here, right? It's just that we're calling move child that's showing up at the top of this. That's 8%. And yeah, we could trim it down and make it even faster, but we're probably talking about like a 0.05% difference, which is not worth focusing on when we have these very large outliers here. Tween library? What are you asking, Sorrow? All right, what's this one? Get children for get all item displays. Yeah, we already have this written down. This is technically a subset of the other thing though, right? I guess it's different. Why is it different? I don't know about that. And thanks, Weathers. Weather storm. And what's this? Range.getValue. Really? Try eating from the warehouse? Hold on a second. Hold your horses. We don't even have this upgrade, do we? Shouldn't it just be returning null immediately? What? Try eating from warehouse. Okay. Hold on. Save.json. We need to look at what abilities you have for the garbage slime. And this one is number 167. Is that in here? Oh, I accidentally clicked it. That's why. Okay, never mind. All right, so that's not a problem. It's not worth explaining. Yeah, I accidentally clicked it. So then this is going to happen. We're going to get past here, and then we get down to this. And what's it saying is a problem? Range.getValue. So there should be some range call in here, right? But it's a Godot range. I don't see a Godot range in here. This? Oh my God, is it this? It's this. It's okay. So range is a progress bar thing that we have. Oh boy. Oh, what do we do? I mean, we could make a signal for when this hits max hunger. Because what, every so often we're increasing this? Here it is. Yeah, scrap. Wait, well, scrap item's one of them. But we could have a set value of this thing. Gain hunger. Here it is. How often does this happen? Only every so often. Okay, so yeah. If we wanted to, we could make that better. It's taking 2.4% of the time right now. God, this sucks. Oh, I see, Sarah. Gotcha. What's the application you're using to test the performance? So to test the performance is .NET Trace, and I've got notes on that here. And to view the performance trace, we're just using Chrome. So this is just the web browser that everyone knows. All right, so try eating item from warehouse. Is this causing an issue? And this is because this is happening every single frame. Oh, there's a cooldown? What? Why is there a cooldown? Oh, we need to prevent you from eating every single item at once. Is that even possible? Yeah, because they don't reach yet. Okay. And what do we set the cooldown to? Yeah, like a tiny amount more than it takes to fly in an item. That's pretty funny. Huh. Is that specific to Godot, or would you be able to use it for testing with Unity as well? It would probably work for Unity, but Unity might have some performance profiler that they've made that is more holistic in terms of what you do in Unity. But I don't know. So yeah, it should work. Actually, I shouldn't say it should work. It might work. Okay, so try eating from warehouse calls hunger gauge.value. We could instead emit a signal when full that that causes try eating from warehouse to be hit. We could even potentially remove the timer for that. What's the timer called? Auto eat cooldown. Still trying to figure out the FPS drop. Yeah, so the general process has been find biggest offenders. And then the next step is fix them. And the next step is test on the Steam Deck again. And there are just so many offenders. There's a lot to go through. So let's just ignore these for now. These are, well, maybe let's look the one that's at 2%. What is this? Get one to chart. We're already gonna look at that. So maybe that's fine. And then this, I think we've looked at. Yeah, this we've looked at. Okay, so I think we've looked at everything now. Let me just double check and make sure there's nothing else here. Yeah, that's it. Because now there's only an unaccounted for, what, like 5% or something? Wait, where's this coming from? No, we already looked at that. Randaf. Okay, so that's like 3%. This is 0.9, which I said I'm not going to care about anything less than 1% right now. Okay. Yeah, so what range are we looking at? We're looking at a range that I guess is this, 33 seconds long. Because going from roughly, what is that, 35 to 67? Yeah. Okay, yeah. So that's, because I want to see, once I've fixed all these things, or some of them, how will we know that how will we know that there's been an improvement? Because wouldn't there just be dead time? Am I misunderstanding this? Yeah, like let's say we just deleted all of my code completely and we looked at a range like this. I mean, something would be taking up the time. But wouldn't these numbers be different? I don't know the answer to that. Yeah, all right. Maybe I don't understand how bottom up works here. Should I look at summary? Can I click anything here? I don't know what summary does. What happened to whatever I was looking at? Huh. It's just empty now. Do I need to click something? Yeah, huh. I don't know what I'm doing. Percentages will change, so you stop when you're happy. But what I'm trying to say is, like, we looked at a 32-second window and we saw 100% of the time being used. But if I deleted all of the code, I'm guessing we'd still see 100% being used. Like, am I wasting time on this? Yeah, I don't know if my question even makes sense. And now what's going on? Why didn't this adjust? Okay, let me just load this again. Because I think I messed something up along the way. I don't know what it was. All right, so now we're in number 3 here. And I want process 0. And then what did I click to get here? I don't know. I don't know what I did. I guess I clicked that. Non-activities, threads. I don't know. Hey, Corpsey. What are you even asking? I don't know. Yeah, maybe I should just ignore this for now. So essentially, here's what I'm asking. Like, I see time usage right now. I want to go fix it. Once I'm done, how will I tell from the trace that I did a good job? Or whether I did a good job? Oh, maybe this does not consider like time spent doing nothing. But wait, does that make sense? How do I zoom? Oh, there we go. Unmanaged code time. What's in here? No, it's always calling something. If the MS spent on the activity goes down from an absolute magnitude perspective. Yeah. But then what is it going to render as? Like, let's say I click this. We can see that this, for example, took 68%. But if we trim this down and it takes half the time, then what does this say it took longer? Yeah. Does it ever do nothing? Yeah, it's got to be doing nothing at some point. Otherwise, you'd always experience some amount of lag because unless it's like at perfect 100% operating capacity. Anyway, whatever. We still know we have to fix these things, so I guess let's just go fix these things. So here's what we should do too before I forget. We should copy this and paste it somewhere I won't lose it. So let's put it in temp for right now. Profiling for SkeleSeller. And let's do before making any changes. And I'll paste that in there. And then also, just as important, I should paste in the save file. And we added a bunch of customers, didn't we? I think we did. I think we added like 10 customers. All right, I should write that down too. So let's copy the path to this and go into that directory and just do readme.txt. I also added like 10 customers before letting it run for a while, which might have an impact. Hey, Dad walking. Is there a constant update loop or something running? There's update loops that run, but it's only constantly from a human perspective. From a computer perspective, it's like we have a process function. This is going to run 60 times per second. If there's nothing to do, it just finishes. All right, so I wrote everything down. Now we got to go make some changes. And let's just fix a couple of these things at first. And then maybe try again. So got to improve all item displays. It's fetching from the scene tree, but should be caching. Well, let's go take a look at that. I think this function is defined in many different places. Yeah, it is. Oh, boy. If process takes longer than 1/60th of a second to run, does it skip an interval? When you say skip an interval, it's just going to still try to run it that many times. And when it can't, it's going to pass in a different amount of time that occurred since the last frame. So it passes in this delta. So if it can call it 60 times per second, it's going to pass in a delta of 1/60th of a second. But if there's a bunch of lag and it has to do like 60 frames at once, it's just going to call it once, but call it with 1 instead of 1/60th. Hey, Sunset Knight. Could measure frame rate before and after. Yeah, but it was only dipping on the Steam Deck. And I don't know how good of a measure the frame rate is. And either way, I guess we can always go back to this commit and measure it afterward too. Frame rate will reduce with each update having larger delta. Yeah, essentially that's what should happen. I think you're looking for compare two traces, but I don't know if something like this is possible in Chrome. Well, yeah, kind of. Not exactly though. Hey, Blob. All I'm doing is capturing a frame time graph with uncapped FPS to compare performance differences. Did you try caching that calculation for the cursor? The calculation for the cursor, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about there. But yeah, okay, let's try this then. So let's uncap the FPS and take a graph of that, if that makes sense. So we click this and turn VSync off, save and go into story mode, and then add our 10 customers. I'm not going to do this exactly. I don't really care. It's just got to be close enough. Okay, now we go over to debugger and monitor the FPS and just let it run. It's hovering at about 120, just went up to 200. I'm going to let this run for another like 20 seconds or something. I mean, I could read chat in that time, I guess. There's Steam Deck specific code. Oh, you had you reviewing the other day, but decided it didn't necessarily need to be cached. Is on Linux or something? I don't remember. I'm sorry, Sunset Night. Could you make the process function try to run as many times per second as it can, like not cap it? You could. I mean, you have to have some defined amount that you want it to run. Although at that point, probably it means you're doing something wrong. Okay, so it's been running for long enough. I'm going to close this. And now here's the graph that we ended up with. So I'll just take a picture of this, I guess. Yeah. And then let's put this over here. And then let's save it to wherever I just put that thing. I call it profiles, profiling for Skeleseller. Yeah, here before making any changes, and FPS. Yeah, FPS graph or chart. Okie dokes. So that is done. Now let's get to making some changes. So get all item displays exist in a whole bunch of different places. And I think for the storeroom it was probably most important. And we just need to fix it in at least one of these places. So this is what it's doing right now. If we're going to cache this, it means we need to update the cache when we modify the number of items that we have. Are we confident that the in-editor perf matches build time perf? I know those are sometimes divergent in Unity builds. No, I'm not confident. This is just another like litmus test we can do afterward just to see, okay, did things improve? How much did they improve by? Because the real metric that I care about is, can the Steam Deck stay at 60 FPS? Right now, the answer is no. But yeah, once I make these changes, can it? And if it does, then yeah, I don't really care about anything else. I don't think anyone's going to be like, oh man, this game doesn't run at 240 frames per second. It's just not that kind of game that attracts that kind of person. All right, so I want to cache this once. So we need to save this somewhere. Yeah. So we make this private. What are we trying to return from this? A list or an IEnumerable? IEnumerable. All right, I'll make it a list. I guess it could be an IEnumerable, but then you have to enumerate every time to get the count as well. So these would be item displays, cached. Wow, nice. Cached item displays. Why is this happening? Because I need to put this up here. All right, so cached item displays. So if you try calling this and it is null, I guess. We do that. Actually, could it ever be empty? I guess it could be empty. Yeah, so I'll make it null. In which case, we'll actually start it at null. Yeah, and then in here, where we have get, if it's null, then this equals this.toList, and then return this. Okay, so that's always going to handle it the first time, but then we need to update the cache every once in a while, which could just be nulling it out and then calling this function. Yeah, seems pretty easy. Private void cache item displays. Get all item displays. Cached equals null. Okay. Now we just need to call that function, which should be pretty simple. Because when you load, we call add item displays, add item display. Every time you add an item display, then we should change this. Cache item displays. Now, technically, that means that when you add 4 at a time, we're going to call cache 4 times, which is unnecessary. So we could do this. This is already a private function. So we call add next item display. Don't we only ever do this in pairs? Why is this public? Oh, I don't think this needs to be public. I think this just needs to be protected. Does that break anything? Can I still build? I haven't done anything yet. I haven't fixed the problem. I just want to make sure that this had no reason to be public. Yeah, it builds. Okay, so yeah, there was no reason for this to be public. Well, good. So then we can move this down to where it belongs, which is below the public functions. There we go. Okay, so now that we know that it is protected, we can look at all the colors of that. These do what exactly? Current level is 0. Start by adding, what is this, 2, 4? Oh, just add all 6 at once? Okay. Maybe we shouldn't micro-optimize this. Yeah, you know what? I shouldn't micro-optimize this. Let's just put it inside the add item display thing. All right, so that on its own should already make a bit of a difference. And when we load, this is going to be done automatically, I hope. Add number of item displays, calls into this, calls into add, calls into cache. Yeah, this should work. And then get returns from the cache. So just with this one change, we should notice somewhat of a difference. Do I have that open? I don't have that open anymore. Drat. All right, well, let's open this then. Load the trace. Why does that update all displays instead of just the specific thing that changes? Is there any difference in that overhead? Why does it update all displays? What are you talking about? Why do I cache them all, you mean? This is just laziness, basically. Like what I should do is wait for all of the additions to finish Or maybe just flag that a cache is needed and then update it on the next frame or something. That would also be fine. But like I said, this is laziness because I know that in the game right now, we add at most 4 item displays at once. So we're unnecessarily calling this at most 3 times. And we used to be calling it like a lot of times per frame. So if once every time you click a button, it happens a couple extra times, it's not too bad. Maybe only null it out on add display and compute when needed. Actually, that's a good idea. Yeah. Clear item display cache. Yeah, that's really smart. In fact, that's what I was talking about with the Boolean without having it be a Boolean. So this is just a smarter way of doing this. Okay, so now whatever I put here of cache can just be clear item display cache. Yeah, that's perfect. So now this is constant time. And then when we try getting the cache, get item displays. Oh, nice. We could just have done this. Question mark equals null. Question mark equals null. Or equals that? Yeah, nice. Wow. It's beautiful. Yeah, it's beautiful. Great. Okay, so yeah, I want to take a look. Do we already notice a difference here? So I'm going to go to this range again, and we're going to click any of this, I guess. It doesn't matter. And then click this, and then go find out where that thing was. It's got to be in the exact... Where is this happening? Can I close this thing? Oh, there. Oh, where is it? Oh, wait, you can search. What am I doing? I could just search for this then. Get all item displays. Occupied something. There it is. It says 0%. Here it says 12%. So it's storeroom, get occupied, or empty. That was 12% of the time. And I think we fixed this. Get all item displays, and then this is doing dot where. Yeah, okay. You optimized it away entirely. No, I haven't taken the new trace yet. So this is the old trace, and I want to see what it was. So let's just take a picture because let's include the whole thing. Yeah. Now I want to see how this changes now. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, we're optimizing. Have you tried Perfetto for viewing the performance traces? Not sure how well it'll work for Godot, but it's been pretty nice for what I've done. I haven't, no. I can write this down. Okay. So let's go try taking a new trace. How about this? Let's test it and make sure first that I didn't break anything. Because workers should still be able to find items. So we got to be a little bit careful here to do this within 5 minutes so it doesn't auto-save over our save file. So if I do this, workers should go pick up they pick up items on the ground first. So we got to wait for them to finish that. Or you know what? I could just add new workers. Yeah, let's just add so many that it... All right. I want them to just pick up something from the warehouse. They'll only do that once there's free space, which there isn't yet, but there will be pretty soon. So I can just speed this up. They haven't done it yet, but again, there's no free space yet. We need a customer to buy something, and there are only 2 customers. Now there are 12 customers. And yeah, there they go. Nice. And when they go buy armors and stuff, it should be fine. In fact, I could just go build this. Yeah, nice. Now they're all picking stuff up. Okay, great. Quit. Did anything weird happen during that time? No, only at the end. We leaked some things, which I got to fix at some point. All right. So now we take a perf trace of that. Remember, we got to add 10 customers, but otherwise we don't touch anything. So I do that, and we're done. Now we just sit here. In fact, I'll start a stopwatch. We got to make sure it's at least like 30 seconds maybe. There. We're just making sure that we have enough stuff happening in town that we would be able to see if this has improved. And this accounted for 12% of the runtime before. So we could even look at the FPS difference. Although I did not start in a way that would let me do that. It's been 23 seconds. I'm going to wait another like 5. All right, that's good enough. Okay, so now we have a new performance trace, which we shall go load up. Load that. This is from right now, right? 1120. Sounds good. Okay, so let's take, let's say this region and click. Why is this not working? Okay, I'll search for occupied. All right, so it wasn't in that thread, I guess. Where's the other thread? How do I get to the other thread? What have I done? What have I done? I don't know what to do. Maybe it's that button. What does that do? Go back to the live metrics page. No, I don't want that. Oh, there we go. Huh, weird. It's not showing up at all, though. Oh, there it is. Look at that. 0 milliseconds. Oh, wait. No, never mind. Look at that. 12.3. That might be because I clicked the wrong one. Yeah, it says number 1 up here. It should say number 2. I think this is broken. You see how this is blank? I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be showing me something, and it's just not. Oh my God, this is so difficult. How do you get back to this view? I want to, oh, there it is. So this just doesn't exist anywhere in here? I don't think that's possible. Yeah, I don't think that's possible. How do you move this? Oh, you just drag. And that's how I'm supposed to see the other thread? Yeah. Yeah, so I don't have an explanation for this. This should be getting called all the time. Because we do this from workers, from customers. And even if it thought it was like 0%. What? Is there any other explanation for this? I don't think so. I don't know what it would be. Also, can't we have just gone by the whole process? Oh man, come on. What? All right, well, I guess let's just not look at anything there then and see what's taking time now. CPU time is get image. I mean, this is this process though in particular. If I look at the other one or this thread, like the other one, this is unmanaged code time. And now it's what, dictionary destroy? Why is this being called like a billion times? Strange. Oh, because I'm looking at the end of the execution. I don't care about that. I just want this time. Yeah, so this is what I don't get. Right, it says total time is 27 seconds, and then you look at this and it's just disposing of string names. There's no way it actually took 27 seconds out of 27 seconds to just constantly dispose string names. I must not be understanding how this thing functions. Yeah, this can't be it. I mean, maybe it's, no, I don't know. I don't understand that. Oh, I see what I'm doing. I'm scrolling up and down, which is changing like the zoom level of this up here. Because this is very difficult to just get to the other thread or process. But you're looking at one specific thread and it's not being assigned much. Yeah, that's what's happening, but there are only 2 threads. So like where's the function I'm expecting to find? I should be able to search for occupied here, and I don't see it. Strange. I don't see it anywhere in here. Well, I don't know what that means. Maybe let's go see what Perfetto is. Is it free? Oh, is it just an online tool? Get started. Open the UI. Okay, so what? I just drag a thing to this? Open trace file. When I click open over here, what does it want me to load? The JSON file, but here I could load the net trace file. I don't know if it makes a difference. Cannot open this file. Doesn't recognize. Oh no, it's got to be a Chrome file. Okay, yeah, I just clicked the wrong one. Okay, so I gotta click this. So now here we are over in Perfetto. And search or type this for commands. Can I just type occupied here? Is this searching what I think it is? I guess if we search for pathfind, we'll know. Yeah, pathfind definitely shows up. But occupied isn't? Okay, so here's what could make sense, and I don't believe that this is what's happening, but it represents such a tiny portion of time that it's just like, well, I don't need to ever show you this anymore. In fact, you know what might be showing up instead is get all item displays. That's the treasure room, though. I want the storeroom. These are all treasure room. I can't take 0 time. What's going on? If I type treasure room here, yeah, it's finding it. Okay, so if I type storeroom, it doesn't find it. Okay, I'm very confused. It's called get all item displays. Yeah, I typed the right name. This should still take time. It's just not showing up. I've got to assume it's some kind of granularity problem. How do you zoom in on here? Oh, that's sort of how. Did we need items? There weren't items when we were profiling? No, we don't need items to show up because the customers and workers don't know there aren't items until they call that function. How do you zoom here? Probably some way to do this. I wanted to see this in a larger view. I know there's got to be a way to do this in here somehow. I just do not know how. Control plus or minus. I mean, that'll be the browser zoom. Oh, okay. We can control scroll. All right. So what is the tiniest thing that we see here? This is 8 milliseconds. How do you pan? Oh, shift click? Is there anything? So like, what's this one? 3 milliseconds. So I'm guessing if it's less than a millisecond, it might not register. Oh wait, no, what's that? 1 millisecond. Okay. Yeah. Is there any other tinier thing? 1 millisecond. 1 millisecond. Yeah, that's probably the granularity. In fact, maybe that's a setting that we could change. Huh. WASD for movement, really? Oh, that is not comfortable on this keyboard, but that would normally be comfortable for other people. But I have a Colemak keyboard. And sorry, I don't think that was necessarily point worthy, only because it didn't end up being that, and I ended up finding it though as a result. But also I try to make points at least have some like floor for the usefulness. Okay, so yeah, my assumption is that it's just not capturing things that are a millisecond or less, which makes sense. Otherwise it's probably capturing like way too much. But how do we tell if that's what's actually going on? Minimum duration does not respect duration parameter, specified duration. No, I don't care about that. I want it like minimum duration of a function call. Does this even make sense? CPU sampling collect? Format, name, duration, time for the trace run, not that. Oh man, I don't know how you. The thing is, this function never actually took any longer than it takes now. Each individual call to it is still taking the same amount of time. It's just that we used to do it so often that it would show up. So I'm missing something here. I should monetize them. Buy your way to being the top ranked point person. Man. Yeah, I don't. Oh, you know what we could do? We could just search the. Why didn't I think of this? We could just search this. Occupied. Aha! It is showing up. Name, get occupied item displays, cat sample event, PHB. Ah, yes, I understand all of this very clearly. So you see that the San Francisco is 1574 here. There's probably some way to interpret this. SF looks like it's auto incrementing. No, it's not. It's just coincidental. Here it's 225. And TID, TS. I mean, one of these things is maybe a duration in microseconds. Maybe it's this. Or yeah, timestamp. VH is phase and B is begin. Okay, I see. So there must be a begin and an end. So this one's PHB. The next one that we have is PHB as well. Here's PHE probably for end. And then yeah, timestamp. So we could figure out what the difference is between those two. Okay, so if we know that this is showing up here though, why don't I see it when I search this? Oh wait, no, I'm searching for a different function, right? But it doesn't show up here. What? What am I missing? Huh. I don't know what I'm missing. Hey, Lammy. I'm a little confused right now, but I think the optimizations themselves are probably going to be pretty straightforward. I just can't figure out what I'm looking at. Probably some filter to hide noise. Yeah, maybe it's that. Settings. Rearranges hotkeys to avoid collisions. In Dvorak. Why is there no Colmac mode? I see they have telemetry on by default. Macro, startup command, track height, UI theme. I don't see anything in this. Query with SQL. Overview. I don't know what I'm doing. Try to search in the dev console to see if it's in the HTML and the UI is hiding it for some reason. Well, I know for sure it's in the underlying file. So if the UI is hiding it, that's kind of what I want to figure out is like, why is the UI hiding it? Because if I search the file, it's there. And it's actually there a bunch of times, right? It's there 948 times. Yeah. Why is this not showing up? Does it truncate long names? I don't think that's the problem, no, because you can see these are all like massive. Can you share the trace file? Ooh, I need to share both of these things, right? All right, engage privacy mode. Give me a sec. Only the JSON is needed, okay. Almost done. Actually, I don't need to show this here anymore. Okay, now let me go message yo. What's this called? Okay, let me know if this link works because am just making stuff up over here. So yeah, I sent you something via Discord DM. And if that does work, then great. Because yeah, I'm assuming Yo knows this better than I do. It works? Okay, cool. All right, then engage privacy mode one more time. And I will go delete that file. What is it called? Skeletor.chromium? I don't even see this in here. Where did that go? What? How did... Why did I see this? Oh, it's capitalized and it's case sensitive alphabetization. Okay, yeah. All right. There, fixed. So now we just wait. We all stare at Yo. I wonder if it shows in the query SQL. It might, yeah. I still want to know why it doesn't show in this UI. Because what I want to do is find out how did I just change this? And it's just so much easier to do it using the UI than it is to do anything else. Can I zoom out over here now? I want to go from something like this over to here. Oh, these things don't seem to be updating based on that. Have a look in the Perfetta settings. I did look through that. I didn't find anything. Yeah, weird. Did you send the correct file? I see it 473 times. Did I do something wrong? How could I possibly mess? Oh, wait, I did send you the wrong file, I think. Whoops. Okay, hold on. It's this one that I meant to send. Engage privacy mode. So hold on. What was the size of the file I sent you? Because these are two different sizes, so I must have messed something up. Okay, there. 15.1. Okay, yeah, I sent you the wrong thing. Okay. Use that same link I gave you before, and it should be the new file now. And then I'll also make sure that I'm doing the right thing in Perfetto. Although I must be using the right file that whole time, because otherwise I would have seen it too, right? So I want to drag this over here. Then search for occupied. Yeah. So now I don't see it. I just don't get why I wouldn't see it. You got the correct one. Okay, cool. Yeah. Sorry about that. One millisecond. Nothing is less than 1 millisecond. The weird thing is, though, I think this would have taken... You know what? Let me just search for all this stuff, and let me just find everything. There, whatever. All right, so this is all of it, right? So if I search for PHB, here's one of them. And there's a timestamp here. So this is the start time, I guess. And this is maybe the end time. So it's like 1.6 milliseconds. First of all, that's a lot of time. New file doesn't have it at all. Yeah, so do you know why that's happening? Oh, apparently .NET Trace CPU profile at a sample frequency of 1 millisecond. This does look like it's taking longer than a millisecond. The other thing, like I said, that I don't totally understand here is... Oh, maybe it's because of when it's done. Maybe when loading... Okay, I think I could maybe understand why that's happening, but then get all item displays should still show up here somewhere. It does. Okay, wait, no, that's for treasure room. I'm being a dummy. Yeah, there's no storeroom dot whatever. I didn't look at the very last one here, though, right? They're all treasure room? They're all treasure room. Your sampler will not show up. Okay. All right. Well, I think that means that we fixed it. I know this is a really long roundabout way to figure that out, but I wanted some. I basically wanted to figure out how do we know from the trace that we fixed it, and I guess it'll just disappear when you fix it. Yeah. Maybe I'll just write that here. Note if you fix an underlying performance problem, the trace will, well, should simply stop showing the call at all anymore, since it only samples every so often. Why not measure instead of tracing? I'm not totally sure what you're asking. The tracing is a measurement. Do we have a call to get all item displays here? We do, yeah. Okay, so we have calls. So they'll be in the JSON file. So yeah, I guess this is what I knocked my green screen out of the way. I guess this is what I still don't understand. It's in the trace file, this get all item displays thing. It's just not, it's not showing up. Well, maybe, I guess we look at this. All right, fine. Let's do that. So this is B and the start time is whatever. And this is E and the start time is whatever. And the end time is whatever. So we click that and then this one. We do this minus this. All right, what are the units? Is this nanoseconds? .NET trace timestamp units? It's nanoseconds. So I've got to divide this by 1 billion. And that's how many seconds, which I guess I then multiply by 1,000. So I should have done only 1 million. So it's, okay, so it's 0.017 milliseconds spent fetching items. But it can't be that way every single time. The first one of these has to be longer. Yeah, it has to be, because otherwise that's when it's not cached. But I guess it's only 4 item displays at a time. No. Then the, do I have a picture? No, I don't have a picture. How many item displays do I have in that save file? Storeroom. Here it is. 36. So if we had 36, then that means that the 9th call to this should be the most expensive call. So that's 1. We just go to call number 18, right? Or 17? Yeah, the odd number is the start call. Yeah, so here's the timestamp for that. And then the end time is that. Whoops. So this divided by 1 million gives you milliseconds, which is still really tiny. Trace event format. Nanoseconds, microseconds. Timestamps are provided at microseconds. Yeah. So I think it's microseconds. So then it's 1,000 times what I said. Just make sure I'm not being an idiot here. It's 1 millionth, yeah. So it's 1,000 of that, but that can't be 35 milliseconds. Or I'm misunderstanding this. Lammy, thanks for the resub. You're looking at the before, Jason? Just checking that you want to be looking at? Oh, no, I do not mean to be doing that. Thank you. Oh my God. I'm being very stupid about all of this stuff. Note. Timestamps in the resulting JSON file are in microseconds. 0.1 millionth of a second. All right. And let me give blob a point. Let me give yo a point. So I'm still not totally sure what I'm doing. In case that's not obvious. Let's look at it over here. So we search for storeroom.getAll. Oh, it doesn't even appear anymore. Wait, so then... Okay, all right. Here's the question I still don't have an answer to after all this time. Why don't I see this? And the reason I'm confused is because all I did is cache the result. Oh, it just might have happened to appear outside of a sampling window. Maybe that's how. So it should still be expensive, but only like 9 times in total, and then never again. So yeah, like, why didn't I capture those 9 times? And I guess the answer is sampling. Congrats, Vile. Sent you a Discord message. Oh, to change the... Yeah, I could change the sampling rate. Okay. Well, if it is sampling, I mean, I guess that just answers a question. Yeah, I'm going to just chalk it up to that. Open the query page, select star from slice where name equals that. Well, what I actually want to do is search for the storeroom ones. But yeah, I see what you're saying. So I can go to this and type this and delete that. And change this to... where's the... Oh, wait, no, the storeroom one doesn't exist. Yeah, right. Right, that was the whole problem. Oh, I mean, I guess we can run this. Oh, that's pretty interesting. All right, well, I'll copy this over to here. I'm a tiny bit worried. Man, how many days is it until launch? 33? Oh, boy. Oh, no. Where did I write down Perfetto? Yeah, here. WSD to move around. Sample, SQL, query. Okay, so we got this. If you fix an underlying problem, trace may simply stop showing the call at all since it only samples every so often. Yeah, so, all right, let's just keep fixing other ones, right? Or you know what we could do? We could look at this again. Where is it? This. Whoops. Oh my God. Switching mice is so difficult. Okay, so this was our graph before. Let's take an after graph now. Hang on, let me delete this file. Oh my God, that's not how you delete a file. Oh, I almost messed up very, very badly here. Okay, delete. Good. All right, can you use window function within that SQL? And that way you could display the difference in milliseconds. The data is not in the file. So even if you can use it, it wouldn't show you anything because it just doesn't have the call. I was looking at the wrong file before, which is why I thought it had the call. A lot of people will be adding stuff to the game at this point. Yeah. Well, and I still want to add some stuff to the game, but I want to do the necessary stuff first. Okay, so let's run this one more time. We add 10 customers and we just let it sit for a little while. And I guess I have this running on the other monitor. All right, so 10 customers have been added. We go to debugger. We just look at this for a little bit. We just hang out here. And yeah, I think the number is already higher than it was. Well, like much higher, right? This is nuts. This is crazy. Oh man. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we have to watch this for too much longer. I'll give it another like 10 seconds. Just to make sure there's not like some crazy variance at the beginning. But no, it's floating between, what are those numbers? Like 340 and 350. Yeah, cool. Wow. Wow. That's pretty incredible. All right, let's save a picture of that. That was after making one change. Whoops. Again, here's what we have now, and here's what we had before. Where's the before picture? Here's the before. It was at like 209. Actually, I guess it's not really that helpful unless you see this number, which is like, yeah, 200-ish. Oh, is that the average it's showing? No, I think it's a current number. Yeah, oh, it's kind of hard to tell. Yeah, it's a current number because the average would be lower. But yeah, you can still see it went up significantly. You had the scene displayed in front of you before, though. I thought I moved it to the other window, but yeah, that's true. That could account for the difference right there because there's a... Wait, no, it couldn't. It would be hard. It'd be worse on my other monitor because I have a 1440p display over there and I'm using 1080p over here. So if I click continue and I just let this thing run... Oh, I had this on my other monitor is what you're saying? Okay, it does seem like this is even worse now somehow. It's running like 122 for some reason. Why is that the case? Oh, now it just jumped up to 250, 230. This is quite the weird graph. Was I doing this earlier? Now drop down to 120 again. What's going on? Does this need to have the focus? Oh, yes. This does need to have the focus. I think. No, it dropped down again. Did I change this? No. What have I done? Yeah, the graph looks like this now. I can't get a timestamp of when I pasted this in here, can I? No, I don't think so. It's too bad. Because I want to go look at the live stream and see what I did. When was that? It was like a long time ago, right? Can I just look at the thumbnails and maybe find out? Just want to see this. All right, let's just skip through it here and there. Oh, wait. It was before that because I added that picture after the other tab. So we can just go back from here now. I'll just skip by 10 seconds at a time until we find it. No, I saved it inside that same folder, right? Oh, I could look at when I saved the picture. Of course. I forgot I saved it. Temp, where are you? Profiling before FPS chart. 1109. Okay, now what time is it now? 11:53. So 44 minutes ago. So we just go to minus 44. All right, so I was showing this. I clicked debugger. Nice. And now this is on this screen. I moved Godot to the other screen. So yeah, Oakleus is right. This is bad. VSync is off, yeah. Let me close out of some of this stuff. Let me close out of this stuff. It was not apples to apples. So let's do the same thing we did before. We click play over here. We moved Godot to the other monitor. I only have 2 monitors. Then we click this. I go to the debugger. Oh, right. I got to add in 10 customers. So yeah, the numbers I'm seeing now, it's currently at 208, 201, 215, 225. So it looks like it hasn't really changed. Yeah, it doesn't really look like it's changed. Which is fine. This is one call. And I have some other things I want to change too. But man, it would have been great if it were. If it had gone up by like 100 frames per second. Okay, so now we're going to stop this. It dipped toward the end. So this is our real chart that we ended up with. So I should delete this one and paste this in. Is it any different? Uh, 242 is what the highest number is. It probably changed slightly. I'd love to see an average here. Is that possible? You can't average it? Man, really? It would be nice to be able to select a range and see an average or do something here, and none of the buttons are working. Is there an average frame rate? No, it's too bad. Actually, maybe we should have been looking at process that whole time. There was a spike to it taking... Oh, that was the loading time. Okay, well, let's just keep making some changes and see what happens as we make more changes. And I'll annotate this with the current time. So it is... Okay, well, you can't really see this, but only changed storeroom items. I can't see a thing. Yeah. That's good. Now change the size somewhere. And how do we change the color? There. Put in your own FPS counter that includes the average. Yeah, there's probably a way to fetch the current FPS from Godot. I probably could do that. Hey, Prankin. All right, so like I said, all we did is change the storeroom. We technically have to do this everywhere. Oh, wait, no, there's only 2 places. Okay, well, then we technically have to do this in the second place. Shouldn't I be able to check? Let's search for this. Public.star. Yeah, there are only 2 places. All right, so let's just go change this over here too. Cache item displays. These are treasure chest displays. So they're slightly different, but they're pretty much the same. Treasure chest displays, cached. Treasure chest displays. I can type. All right, now just copy whatever we did elsewhere. Get all. This is just empty ones. Oh, there's item displays. Where's that? Oh, yeah, this is what I want. And we call get children of type treasure chest display. Yeah, this is what I want to get. All right, so this dot get children dot of type treasure chest display. Yep, we're good. Rename this. And then use it wherever we use this thing too. Clear. Oop. There we go. And then whenever we add a new treasure chest display, so right here, we would set this to null. Perfect. Hey, Pretzel. And that should be the only place we call add child in this whole file, right? Yep. Okay, so that's done. What's next? So this is finished. What were some of the other big ones? Move and slide taking up 17% of the time. Yeah, let's go change that. Navigation system, move and slide. So we should just be able to do character.position plus equal character.velocity. Oh, no, we can't. We do have physics enabled for these, and it's so that they don't walk into an item display. So now they're going to walk into item displays. Yeah, I think this one we can't speed up. I think we need Godot to do this for us. Yeah. They're like super messing up. Probably part of the reason why I said I didn't take delta into account. Times delta. So they're like teleporting all over the place. But I think this is still going to be problematic. The navigation agent may have accommodated this though. Like, what do they do when they get to these things? Are they jittering? What's going on? They look jittery. I don't actually see any problems. But maybe it's subtle. Just take a picture here. Yeah, like that might not be something that's supposed to happen. Not sure though. So this is without move and slide. Let's paste that in here. And then with move and slide. Nice round of Godot the last few days. Why sorting was driving me nuts. Neuros have been super helpful. Nice. Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, because it was driving me nuts too. That's what led to a lot of those notes. Any note that I took, not just Godot stuff. All right, so this is with move and slide. It might look practically exactly the same, but it also might not. And yeah, it does look like these can get pretty far behind. So maybe that's it. Maybe we just sped up a whole bunch of stuff with move and slide. So is there any like impossible positions they work themselves into? What happens when there are items? Oh, they're doing weird stuff there, right? That seemed weird. Auto save. I want auto save to be off. I don't want it overwriting my carefully curated save file. I wonder if caching those items displays is causing something else to go wrong. All right, so yeah, it definitely looked like something weird was happening here. And it looks like there's a slowdown that's happening. There is no error beforehand. If I go look at the YouTube video. Do you have audio and sound effects? Yeah, I just have them turned off because otherwise it'd be pretty annoying for only hearing them in like 12-second bursts here and there. Probably show more if the delta is higher. Oh, yeah, I think I see what you're saying. Okay, so let's take a look at this again. All right, I want to go frame by frame here. Anything unusual happening? Is any skeleton? Oh, there we go. Okay. So that skeleton, okay, you can see this. The skeleton took it in one frame. It just picked it up immediately. It didn't pull it from the thing. I don't know if that always happened. It probably did, though. I don't know why we would have changed that. Anything else is going weird? Wait, what? Oh, I clicked the button again. Yeah, you can't see when I right click. So is that what always happened? I actually don't know. I guess we could just watch one of my like shorts that I made where they take a potion from somewhere. Does this one have it? Where's the bar that lets you? There it is. Do they take an item? They do. Okay, can I go frame by frame? You can't? Can you do watch question mark V equals that and get this in the regular player? Nice. Haha, suckers. You've been tricked, YouTube. All right, now where's the item get taken? Right there. Now we go frame by frame and they just pick it up immediately. Oh, so it always did that. Okay, well, what about when they go to a shop? This is the wrong test. I need to go back to the navigation system and change this. Because this should be super fast compared to move and slide. But yeah, will it cause any problems? I'm just going to grant a ton of items. But I guess I don't really care if they take them from the warehouse or not. I just want to see, does anything look weird? Like, are they walking on top of trees or something? I don't see anything weird. Yeah, I don't see anything weird happening. Yeah, nice. All right, so that should be another performance improvement. Let's go test that one out. Yeah, so I do this. I move the window. Just this window, not this one. Okay, now I go measure the FPS. And we spawn in a bunch of customers. And I think I move the camera a little bit too. Does it matter where the mouse is? No, I don't think so. It's at 120 right now. It's just like stuck at 120. What is happening with that? And it's... I guess I can show this. Although now that the window's being covered, it might be different. But yeah, it should only have gotten faster. VSync's not on. Yeah, VSync is off. And the frame limit is off as well. So like it can spike higher than 120, and it did originally, but then it's kind of just hanging out at 120. And I don't know why, because in the old ones that I was taking, well, I guess it did dip toward the end, but this one never did, right? Where's the... Yeah, this one is at like 200 something. Do I have something else running right now? No, not really. Oh, maybe YouTube. All right, let's close YouTube and see what happens. Did that change anything? Frame rate still at 120-ish. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I mean, I always had this open. Does zoom level matter? Let's find out. I can't really show both of these at once, I guess. If I zoom out all the way, it's at 120. If I zoom in all the way, it's at 120. Yeah, it doesn't seem to matter. Okay, now for whatever reason, it just shot up to like 200 something. What? Yeah, now it's at like 212, 228, 221. Hey, common. Move to a screen with no animation, just still pink. Well, I'm testing compared to what I did earlier. I was looking at just the town right now, like I did for this screenshot. So like, why would this one have been so much higher? And then I should have just improved the code, so it should be even higher than this. I think it has to do with some, like, okay, so what my suspicion here is that there's some OS level thing going on where it's like if you use the application enough that, no, that's not probably true. Because I originally thought it was just a focus thing. But yeah, this graph is very strange. You can see its baseline seems to be 120 for some reason. But then there's a spike up here. And that was like the only spike where this happened. I don't know what else would be different here. Well, anyway, we should profile it because maybe what's really changing is just the process thing. And I don't know. Building my first corn suit. Nice showboat. And thanks for the resub. Happy quarter of a year. Is it a changing priorities? Is that what you mean? I don't know. I don't think it would. But it certainly could. Maybe, yeah, maybe there's something else going on. But let's do another performance trace because that's the important thing. So we've changed some of the biggest offenders of this. Did this for storeroom and treasure room. Yeah, so let's go take another trace. I never saved the second trace that I did. No, wait, yes, I did. But I don't need that anyway. Okay. So we do this. We click this, and we otherwise do nothing. And again, I'll give this like 25 seconds. It does look like the frame rate is dropping here and there. I'm kind of curious why that's happening. I mean, I haven't fixed all the performance issues that we saw. It's been 19 seconds. Wait another little bit of time. And that's probably good enough. Okay, so now let's make sure we're loading the correct trace. We do not want this open. By the way, this is why this is so confusing to me. So in Mac, and I don't know why this happens, but I click this tab, right? And then I click somewhere else, and I go back to Finder. Oh no, it's when I go back to, no, why did that happen? There's some way that this ends up going to the wrong tab even when it's not. I don't know. All right, well, whatever. If we just close this, it'll be fine. All right, so this is the one that we took just now. It is 1212. Well, it's 1213. And we're going to go open. I'm just going to do it the Chrome way, but it shouldn't really matter what we use. Load trace. Again, it is correct, right? 1212. Yep. Definitely loading the right file here. And now let's just take a look at what is taking up a bunch of time from like here over to here. So still get shape, yeah. Get target position, yeah. I didn't do anything about these. Move child, didn't do anything about that. But we don't see move and slide. It shouldn't be called at all. Yeah, it's not called. So it should be going a lot faster. Well, what's the next like big thing here? This one was what, get shape? Yeah. And this only happens from get random wander point or whatever. Yeah, get random point. Okay, let's go work on get random point next then. Get random point. So there are 3 problems with this, if I'm not mistaken. One problem is that we get the shape every single time. And if we never change the shape, then we should just cache it. 2 is that we call gd.randf. We shouldn't need to do that, but we can apparently change this to random.shared.nextSingle. And this is always in the range of 0 to 1. Returns a random floating point number that is greater than or equal to 0 and less than 1. Yeah, perfect. You changed autosave. Autosave is once every 5 minutes, and it should have never hit the 5-minute time. But that is true that I changed it. So The thing I didn't change is the timer leading up to it. Oh, in fact, I didn't even change autosave. This is incorrect. This is only when you beat bone mode. So I apparently didn't change that at all, which I guess technically means that it could have saved a file that had crops. I didn't look into crop stuff. But I guess technically we need a profile with that too. Profile with fish and crops and battles. And spells. All right. So what was I going to do? I was going to go with the save file and see if that got changed somehow. Farm. Oh, it's all null. Okay, good. No, we're fine. Yeah, I think we're fine. Okay, so what I say next is this thing. We're going to try to change this. So that's one fix that we did. We could technically do that everywhere. I mean, it's kind of minor, but it's also very easy to do. Okay, that one's done. What is this? Ground items. Something you could do. Yep. All of these. This comes from what? System? Yeah, sure. And then zap, which wasn't being used, but might as well change that too. Okay, so all rand f's have been changed. We should also change every rand range. Problem is, I don't think there's a built-in C# function for this. Yeah, let's go find out. System.random. I think there's next double. Returns a random floating point number that is greater than or equal to 0 and less than 1. Yeah, so we then need to multiply. Or what do we do? Yeah, I guess multiply it by what you want it to be. And then subtract the minimum thing. I'm not actually super concerned about this right now. But do we have a range function in here? Assert in range? Oh, they have next between two values. Shows a random integer within a... So they don't have next for two doubles? Oh, they do. No, they don't. They only have it for non-floating point values. That's strange. Well, where do we use this? Is it always with integers? No, it isn't. Okay, so let me think about this. How would we do this ourselves? If all we can do is generate something in the range of 0 to 1, could we do... all right, I'm going to just kind of think out loud here because I don't know if this makes any sense. So we generate and we multiply by the minimum and multiply by the maximum. We'll generate something on the range of 0 to 2.4 and 0 to 2.6. I think what we should be doing is subtracting the two. So 2.4 or 2.6 minus this is equal to 0.2. And then generate something in that range. Yeah, that's all we do. All right, so we do like next double or whatever times the difference plus the minimum. Yeah. We don't have any random stuff, do we? No. Do we have like a... Where did I put any of this? I don't think I made anything for this. I guess we could just make it as an extension to random.shared. Yeah, I'll type it in here just to see if this works. So random, and we'll call this double rand range. Or maybe like, yeah, rand range is fine. Or double range, I don't know. And then, oops, I'm supposed to take in a min max or lower bound, double upper bound. All right, I'm guessing it's going to do the exact same thing that I had come up with myself. Yeah. Okay, well, great. AI to the rescue, even though that's what I had come up with too. And then we just put this in a different file. So save this as random extensions. What am I doing? Java doc. Random means refers to cref system.random. Not just miscellaneous extensions. And then paste this in, delete that. Now we have our function that we can use everywhere. But we sometimes want it to return a float, in which case it's pretty much the same thing. What's this thing called again? Rand range? I'm going to do double range and float range, I guess. Float. Cool. And this is next single. All right. So let's go simplify that stuff. So this is going to be random.shared.float range 2.4, 2.6. Better get these numbers right. Don't want to change everything in the game balance because I just accidentally typed something wrong. And then parenthesis expected, sure. And then we just keep doing that stuff. Okay. Easy peasy. 110, 135. Yep. Then import the two things that we need and just keep doing this. 260, 310. Good. 190, 230. Oh, you know what? We can delete the .0 now. In fact, I could have done that for all the other ones too. Oh, fine. I'll go do it for all the other ones too. It saves 4 characters. I think it just looks nicer. That's why I'm doing it. All right, let's continue. Put in the same namespace as random and not need extra using. Oh, I didn't know about that. I didn't know you could add to existing namespaces. I think it's better in this case for me to put it in an extra one so that it's explicit. But it is good to know that. All right, so 230, 270 looks good. And now it knows not to add the extra .zeros. Do I already have this in the file? How did it know it comes from here if I'm not using that? Oh, because I put it in just extensions. I see. We're using an extension in here, not necessarily random extensions. 230, 270 looks good. Keep doing this. This is for integers? Wow, that's rare. Okay. So random dot shared dot next. I think that should be good. It should know that this takes in ints. Yep. Oh, wait, but it might change the semantics. Inclusive lower bound, exclusive upper bound. What did Godot do? Was it inclusive, exclusive? From and to both are inclusive. Well. Okay, so that does change the semantics. So we got to get rid of the -1. Interesting, and I'm glad I thought of that, because this would have broken something. Let's just read that one more time and make sure. Not max value. Yeah. And again, just to be clear here, rand range from and to is inclusive. Okay. Okay, what's next? This is a float. So random dot shared dot, what do I call it? Float range. Cool. We're just gonna keep doing this. What? You know what? This happens so infrequently. I should still change it. All right, let's just see. What is this? This is the integer version, right? No, it's a double version. Oh. So then this is an inclusive upper bound, or it shouldn't really matter if it's inclusive or not because it's only going to be an epsilon difference. So there we go. Good. 48 more results. I don't want to do this. Oh, man. All right, well, maybe I'll just save this one for later then, because this is all mechanical, and I don't think this is a very big portion of this. So where do we write about rand range? Yeah, so this is done. I didn't do all of these because it's really tedious, and I wanted immediate results, but I should finish what I started. All right, what else do we have? Regeneration system. That shouldn't matter too much. Get wander target should be improved. Didn't I not even finish that thing that I started? No, I didn't, because I got sidetracked by random numbers. Get wander region, get random point. Wander region? Rectangular region? Here it is, get random point. Yeah, so this is now fine. This is not fine. We get this rectangle every single time we call into this. Okay, so I think, hey Kappa, that because this is private, this should never change, so that we should just be able to cache it in ready. At which point we don't even need to save this off. But we need to make very certain that what I just said is true. Otherwise, we're going to have a big problem here. So let's look at all the usages of this. We just initialize it, get a random point. Looks good. In fact, actually, it should be pretty obvious just by looking at the names of these things, because like the fishing pond doesn't change in size. I know that. Fish in pond. Fish swim region. Yeah, that doesn't change. Rectangular region is the definition of it. Shop also doesn't change. Town has a worker idle area, which doesn't change. And destination functions, just samples. Yeah, nice. None of these change. So rectangular region, we're going to write up here. The size of this rectangle should never change since we cache the extents. Cool. So we save a private rect2 what do we call this? Shape rectangle? Collision shape rectangle? Yeah. This isn't even nullable, so that makes no sense. So now we do this. And then this. And reuse that down here. Oh, no, we do need the shape. Oh, whoops. Okay, well, that barely changes anything. Yeah, so we need to then get the rectangle from that. We delete that and change this. Cool. Okay, so that should be a lot faster now too. Let's take another profile. We got to build first. Hey, Vibov. How goes it on this fine Thursday? What am I doing? I just want to build. All right, now we run this. Okay, we're going to do the same thing we did each other time. I'm going to kick this thing off. Then I'm going to start a timer for like 20 seconds. Done. There. All right, so we're waiting. For anyone who is just tuning in, we've been doing some performance testing. So I am trying to get this to run at 60 frames per second on the Steam Deck, and it would occasionally dip down to 52 and then like go right back up. But in that time that it dipped down to 52, it was a noticeable little stutter when you were on the Steam Deck. And I have been profiling what is the top offenders here, and I fixed like 3 of them or something. So we're just seeing, did this actually make a difference? Hey, DevDad. So let's go try this out. So we're going to load this in. This should be the one from just now, 12:29. Yep, looks good. Open. And now we click, I guess only from here to here. Yeah. Okay, so time is spent on get global position. Get random points, they'll call this. The position of these would never change, although that's not a guarantee, I guess. Goes it well. I have 3 agents working on new tooling. I'll build another tool. This is what a project manager feels like. It is nowadays. That's pretty cool. All right, so what did we just change? We changed get wander region, I think. Is that what I called it? Well, get random point. Technically, this is still showing up, right? It isn't? But it was before? Can I verify that? Let's load the old trays. This time I am intentionally loading the old trays. Where art thou, old trays? What do I call you? Here. All right, so if I search for that same thing, it was taking, 11% of the time before. But now in our new trace, it is not even showing up. And it's in neither thread, right? Yeah. All right, cool. Does that global position change? So it doesn't, but it could technically. Like, let's say we ever moved the town, then the global position would change, but it doesn't now. It's not probably worth doing. I'm actually not even sure that what I'm doing is effective. Because like I said, I'm not, I haven't pieced this all together yet. Hey, Blue Bug, you've been at this for 304 days. It's actually been almost 2 years. The title has the day count in terms of stream days. So if you see something in my journal entries here, that is 1 stream day. So that should have incremented the number in the title. But, excuse me, I only stream so many times per week. Sometimes I work on it off stream. So it's been about 2 calendar years at this point. Hey, Solotry. Hey, Mark. I mean, when game is running? No, but that's what I'm saying is it like the town has a fishing pond, which has this collision shape. The global position is the position relative to the parent plus the parent's position. So if the parent changed, then it could technically change. And we don't do that now when the game is running. But maybe, I mean, not in the fishing pond's case, but maybe like the shop could expand or something in the future, or I don't know. Yeah. And I just don't want to introduce something that's potentially a problem. But that's because I want to get back to this point that I just said, which is I don't fully understand this. I'm still not totally sure what I'm doing, because no matter what, if I select a time range, so like if I try selecting exactly from about 5 seconds, oh wait, no, it says right there what I'm selecting. Oh no, it says the duration of what I'm selecting. So let's say I select exactly 10 seconds of time. It's close enough. Here you see 10 seconds of time being used, but I don't think this is actually what's happening. So all I'm doing is finding like the next biggest offender. And when I'm finally done with this, what we're going to see is something like, oh, you're adding 2 numbers together. That's not a performance problem. That's just that something has to be the biggest offender. So is what I'm doing even effective right now? Like, am I micro optimizing? What does this mean? That it took 1.3 seconds. Did it actually? Because, yeah, I don't believe this. That's what I'm trying to say. So I'm missing something here. And I don't know if anyone understands my mental model of what I'm confused by and can help clarify that confusion. But none of what I've done so far has helped clarify it. And maybe it's still worth fixing these things, and maybe I'm doing this for no reason. Is there another view? Yeah, there are other views here, but they all show the same. Oh wait, now there's self-time. Oh yeah, they all show. No wait, this does not add up to the full amount of time, right? No, it does. I mean, I didn't totally test. Yeah. This adds up to exactly 100%. Yeah, so is there some way to find how much like idle time there is on the thread? Oh, wait. No. Well, darn it. Okay, threads can be idle, but if they're running, it's because they have a task. Otherwise, the OS is just waiting for them, right? So we want to find out if we've increased the amount of idle time. You need frame view, if I understand. No, what I'm saying I think makes sense, but the part I still don't understand is this is the amount of time I took the stack trace or the profile for. What's the settings button do? No, that doesn't help me. Here we go. Welcome in. System and total. Main thread time, transfer size. I mean, I think this is more for Chrome web tools than it is for just any random trace. Insights. Again, probably for web stuff. What are you working on? I'm working on a game called Skeleseller. I've got the Steam page there that will do a much better job at summing this up than I will while I'm trying to figure out this performance trace. But yeah, for the specific thing in Skeleseller, we're doing some performance testing and trying to improve how the game runs. And I've made some improvements, and I'm just not sure how to tell if these improvements were actually impactful. So, as mentioned earlier, like any program is going to have a like worst line in terms of performance. But that line could be something that can't possibly be improved. Like, you know, A equals 1. It's like if you're going to assign A to 1, you can't do it in a different way. So how do I know that I'm actually making a meaningful change here? Because I just keep, it's like whack-a-mole, right? I keep hammering down these moles. Look at the demo, dual boot, get short drops to 50 FPS. Interesting thing is it's much more frequent and worse on Linux than on Windows. Blub, thank you for trying that, by the way. And yeah, the it being worse on Linux part. I wonder if I change the renderer because it's trying to use Vulkan by default. And people have run into issues with that. I wonder if that's part of it. Is the upload bound to 60 hertz or bound to max FPS? It's bound to max FPS right now. Or whoa. I see what you're saying. Oh, how often does process run? I actually don't know the answer to that. Oh my God, that might have been it. What you're talking about is by not having VSync on, that it's never going to have idle time because it's just going to keep running process faster and faster. Oh, there's some way to find out how I do that. That's strange. I don't see it in here. There's a physics tick thing that does this though. Where's that? There, physics ticks per second. So maybe I search for per second in here. No, there's just physics. Oh, process is tied to the frame rate though, right? Okay, yeah, maybe I'm being a dummy. I'm very likely being a dummy here. And this also is probably an indication of why I shouldn't be doing this stuff in process to begin with. Oh no. All right, well, this is why you stream your code, because someone in chat can point this out to you. Let's look at the documentation for this. Idle and physics processing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I already know the answer, but still, let's see if we can find the here, node.process. Called on each idle frame prior to rendering and after physics ticks have been processed. Delta is the time between frames. It is only called if processing is enabled for this node. How many times? Present the scene tree. When the engine is struggling and frame rate is lowered, delta will increase. Delta is increased. It's capped at maximum of timescale times physics steps per frame divided by physics ticks per second. That's delta that's capped though. Maybe the FPS is going up. You're doing something right. I think what Lucifer said here is what I need. The frequency of calls for caching would be better than looking at time. Well, I mean, we've got to have some way of measuring this that's stable across changes. And the profile should be that. But I think what I screwed up in this process is by turning VSync off, which I think is making process run too many times. But we could just verify that really simply, right? We could just print out the system time in ticks from anything, like even the title screen. We don't have a process on the title screen, but we can just add one. There. So now what we do, actually, you know what? It's better to print is to just do something like int num times called equals 0. And in process, increment this every single time it's called. And then if it is a multiple of 100, or how about this? If it's a multiple of, our frame rate was roughly like 200, then we'll print out the number of ticks in, I don't know what I'm talking about. Isn't there some like tick count thing that we can get? Num ticks. Tick exists somewhere. Ticks per second? It's close to what I want. I know we use this in something else. Datetime.now.ticks, this. So elapsed time. So we go put this back over here. But it's got to be elapsed time since the beginning of the program. So we should save this off somewhere. Private. What is this? It's a double. Yeah, well, it's actually a long. Private long start ticks. It's not the program, right? Is it the program? If it's the program, then this isn't going to do anything. I guess I don't really care either way. Start ticks equals datetime.now. Yep, good. And then elapsed time is datetime.now minus start ticks divided by that. And then print out the elapsed time to get to num times called calls, elapsed time seconds. Okay, great. All right, let's try it. Yeah, they've been paying people for a long time, but once I hit, this is really dumb. Once I hit 999 days of using Bing, I'm going to hopefully stop using it forever. But there's an achievement when you hit that level. I want to get that achievement. Well, would you look at that? Lucifer is right, I think. I mean, it's not running at a consistent frame rate, but yeah. All right. This was pretty interesting. Another point for Lucifer. I'm being played so hard. I mean, I have gotten like $500 over the years, so I am probably getting played, but I bought a lot of things from Amazon with it. If I weren't getting the money, I wouldn't wait for this. But it is a psychological trick, and I recognize that. And in this case, I'm okay with it. How much money will Microsoft give me for clicking the Copilot? They actually are giving like close to 2 cents for generating a picture on Bing with what is it, Bing Image Creator, which is kind of funny because it's costing them a lot of money probably. Yeah, so I think this answers my entire question that I had, but we need to test this and I'm getting very hungry. So let's maybe get done with the test and then, I don't know, call it for today. What time is it? 12:43. My goodness, I need to eat lunch. Key realization. Process. We'll take all possible time. Oh, that's probably why our frame rate wasn't changing, right? Because I'm doing something from process that I shouldn't be, and now it's getting called more frequently. If you turn off VSync. Wait a second, is this also related to VSync? Hold on. I can test that really easily because I can just open this and turn on VSync. There, now it's on. Save. So now 200 calls was 4.3, 400 calls 7.6. So we're running at 60 frames per second, so it should be 3.33 seconds in between each one of these. Yep. Yeah, okay. Well, that answers that question. Why didn't I realize this sooner? So if I turn this off and then set this down to 30, it should be now 6.6 seconds. Well, 6.7. So now the next one will be at about 40 seconds, almost exactly. Yeah, well, I understand. I understand everything. So the key learnings are, yeah, this, I got to save this down here somewhere. So in other words, process will be called every 1 divided by FPS seconds. If vsync is off, it will... Wait, no, but something's limiting this based on frame rate, right? Something's got to render this, but then it's just going to call process again right after that, right? I think so, because that's the whole point of vsync being off. And then call process again. You'll always be bound, time bound by process. This is exactly why you shouldn't be doing things in process that should instead happen on physics process. So every single thing we see in these stack traces is going to be called from process. Not everything. That's technically not true. There could be a contender that's just really stupidly coded. But almost every one of these should eventually get to, yeah, like state process. We click this and we just start going down into this thing. Physics process. Yeah. So some physics process stuff could be there. And the physics process stuff, if you speed that up, will speed up the entire application. So if I turn vsync off and profile, or sorry, if I turn it on and then profile, so I just save this, then we should see an improvement. Oh, wait. Let's cut out the thing I added to the title screen before I do this, because I don't need any of this stuff here. Yeah, just delete this whole thing. Would having a debug mode FPS counter displayed in the game in the top right help find problem areas? The FPS counter, so there are two things that I'm testing here. One is CPU time, which is what process impacts, and the other is the frame rate, which is impacted by process. But if vsync is on, this will never go above the monitor's refresh rate. And my monitor that I'm streaming from, I think, is 60 hertz. I think my other monitor is 100 or something. Wait, so why would testing on the other monitor have a higher frame rate if I have vsync off? Because... no, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know. So what should I do in process and what should be in physics process? Yeah, that's a good question. So I think anything that's based on a frame, like what needs to be rendered, should be in process. And physics process should probably be like most of your game logic. So I'm not sure of a good example of something that actually should happen in process. Yeah, like we're regenerating things. We're setting a labels. Time remaining. This technically, if humans could perceive time at like, I don't know, microsecond granularity, then maybe this should be in process. But given that we can't, it's like you're not going to notice the difference between 2 seconds and 1 second changing in exactly a 1 second interval. This could probably have been in physics process too. So yeah, I think almost all these need to change. They both had 240 hertz monitors for years, limited to 60 hertz. That's pretty funny. I have my spec sheet here, so we could just find out. Yeah, so let's copy this link, go look at it off screen. It doesn't exist anymore. Wow, that's great. All right, then let's search for this. Does it say, yeah, 60 hertz. Yeah. Yeah, I looked into this a while ago. I don't think I've ever had a higher than 60 hertz monitor except for the one that I read chat on, which is kind of funny because I game on this monitor regardless, and I have it set to 1080p even though it's a 4K monitor. The 1080p part is intentional because if I didn't do that, and I'm not going to show you this here because it's going to mess everything up, but it makes everything really tiny, like unreadably tiny. Take care, Vibe Hub. I hope you have a good lunch and steam from the latte. I've made better jokes. I recognize that. Yeah, so we got to change over all of these physics or all these processes to physics process, but I want to try profiling this again. Move all process stuff to physics process. In fact, I wonder if there's a succinct like process versus physics process. I know when they're called. I just wonder what people tend to put in process. Ideally, you want to put any processing that requires the physics values to be correct in physics process. Things start to break when someone's not playing at the frame rate you intend. Frame rate is a lower frame rate. Yeah, so basically it's just visual updates. I mean, according to that at least, which would make sense because it's got to be tied to the frame rate. Process should only be for visual updates. It may help to imagine what would happen if your frame rate were way lower or way higher than the physics frequency. Hey, Crace, it's going pretty well. Oh man, there's been a lot going on today, and actually it makes me wonder if I should just stream in the afternoon. I mean, had I made that decision, I probably would have stopped a while ago. I still really want to get food. So what did I do? Did I turn off VSync? I got to turn off VSync, or I keep saying that. I got to turn on VSync and then run the profiler. And we should see something different now. We should see idle time, which we weren't seeing before. So yeah, VSync is on. We save, we quit, we start the profiler. And now comes the true test. Okay, now I start my stopwatch. Let this run for a bit. Man. In fact, maybe that's why I saw what looked like jittering. Because, no, wait, would that make sense? I don't know if that would make sense. I'm glad I did this. I've learned a lot. And that's my name, isn't it? Adam Learns. Okay, so let's load in the new trace. Again, we're going to make sure we're in the right place here. This and then this. It says 1253. It is 1253. We load this up. Do we start seeing idle time? I only want to go for like this amount of time. Total time, 25 seconds. What? This is not the total time now. Which means the thread had some idle time. And I guess you can see these gaps in here. Well, I don't hate making videos. I need to know that I'm authoritative when I do these. Like, I wouldn't want to be like, here's what I think is causing this. I'd like to actually find the answers for these things. Okay, so what are the top offenders now? Customer wander. Get wander target. How is this still? Oh, because of getting the regions? Is this going to say get nodes in tree? Going to be in here somewhere. Unmanaged code time is all it says. There's just get wander target. Get wander target. Yeah, you call get tree, get nodes and group. And then sample. Sample shouldn't be a problem. Get random point shouldn't be a problem anymore either. Because this is all very, very quick. Well, except for getting the global position. Maybe that was worth caching. I know that's what ABC was saying. Why do you hate videos, Adam? Too busy working overtime. Yeah, so this is an issue. I kind of want to push this to my Steam Deck and see if it just feels better now. Yeah, because I made a few changes. All right, how do we do this? Because I probably messed everything up over here. So this is fine, this is fine. We want to just upload to Steam the Linux build. So delete that stuff, I guess. And then do that. I expect to see bigger gaps. It probably means that this is legitimate stuff I'm going to have to go fix. Like one of these was get wander target, which again, I think is, it's saying sample is taking time here. I don't believe this. I wonder if it's because this is making Godot object. Does that make sense? Because we make a new list of rectangular regions. We do make a new list. But I don't know if that's a problem. Also, if we're only ever going to sample one thing, then yeah, I guess we probably should change this. I'll try that out. When we only want a single element from a list. Probably that. Darkstorm mentioned this a very long time ago. And I was like, I don't think this is meaningful. Like we should profile this later. I think that this is doing something I don't expect. I know it's making a new list, but either way, we can cut through a lot of that stuff. It's probably better. It's, well, not probably better. It's better to just randomly pick an element rather than make a new shuffled list. We may even want an analyzer, a static analyzer, to detect that this was the case. Or just throw an exception or something, I don't know. Yeah. Just started my first job as a software dev. Congrats. I feel like I'm behind my classmates. Do you have tips for improving? By the way, I'm also a student taking a part-time software engineering program. Well, okay, you just started your job. I would say pay attention to feedback that you get. And this is unrelated to what you ask exactly, but don't hesitate to ask questions to your coworkers. So the pay attention to feedback that you get is like, make sure you are trying to learn and putting in the time of the job. And then if you do get feedback saying like, hey, I've explained this a couple times before, it's like, oh, okay, you should maybe be more organized. You should look into stuff yourself. Or, hey, yeah, this is complex, but here's how this works. It's like, try to see how other people are working. Try to see how you can improve. Because in general, I think a lot of it just comes down to do something and it'll lead to some improvement. Then you'll hit some kind of plateau. And then you need to usually push a little bit harder in terms of some extra educational resources or I don't know, focus areas pretty much. But at first, since you're still a student and since this is your first job, I'd say just doing things will probably teach you quite a lot. The other thing is I feel like I'm way behind my classmates. This may be unfounded. There's a lot of imposter syndrome, especially in software engineering. And somewhere I made a blog post about this. Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, I'll share this with you. This might help a little bit. It might not. It might not help. But yeah, that's my general advice for this stuff. New indie devs usually do this performance profiling stuff. So in general, I'd say that you should never prematurely optimize something. For one, it could make your code harder to understand. You might not have actually been addressing a big performance issue. So I think that most devs won't get to the point where people are complaining about performance just because most devs aren't going to have enough players playing their game. And that's an unfortunate kind of just fact based on the statistics of indie devs. It's like most indie devs, if you make even $1,000 on Steam, you're already in the top, I don't know what percent, some higher than you'd expect percentage. So, yeah, a lot of performance issues don't show themselves until people have gotten to a far enough point in a game, or that they've played on a certain configuration, or yeah, maybe as a dev, you're on a more powerful machine than your players and they just never contact you. So do they usually do it? I think they probably would if they had a successful game. I imagine most successful games have probably had some amount of performance investigations done. Then again, maybe some games are just so simple that it just never came up. Like even in Skeleseller, imagine if we had like one worker and one customer. Or you're making like a turn-based RPG and it's like, well, how many things are you iterating over in that? All right, what did I just do? Oh yeah, I said I was gonna publish to the Steam Deck. I really gotta take a break. All right, this is the last thing. Please nobody let me do something other than this and writing in my journal. Cause yeah, I gotta get food. Why is it asking me for this? Didn't I not want it to do that? I guess I don't really care. I'll say 092. In fact, I'll go right in the journal now. Yeah, almost 4.5 hours in. I shouldn't have done this. Random has get items for a shuffled collection. Really? Huh. They're in place though. I don't always want to shuffle the original list, but I did not know about that. I'll just put this here. It may be better than what we're doing. Just one more turn. Okay, so we're publishing this. This cannot fail here because I made a function earlier to make sure it doesn't fail. Good. It did not fail. Would have made a fool out of me. So now we put this on the Steam Deck testing thing. Set build live. Done. And then on the Steam Deck, we should see an update. Yeah, this part's the problem. Oh, there it is. Nice. I was going to say, it usually does not update that quickly. So now I click this. And we hit stream. All right, so the test is, are we still seeing frame drops? And you might see them on screen, you might not, but there's, on the Steam Deck, there is, sorry, it's really hard to turn this because the cable's only so long. But there's a graph on the side here that you can't see on the screen that I'm sharing, but you can see me do everything else, like move this around. So I just click continue over here. All right. So far, it's fine. I'm just going to keep moving this in a little circle, hopefully smoothly. Yeah, not seeing anything weird. Let's add in some customers. I think I pressed that 10 times. Doesn't really matter if I did or not. And we'll see them come over the bridge over here. Yeah, that's probably roughly 10. It dipped to, oh, it dipped. Yeah, to 52 right there. But it dipped to 58 just before that. I wonder if it's less frequent even. Okay, it dipped more there. Yeah, it happened again. It's still doing this though. Why? Huh. I wonder if it's every time it's instantiating a brand new scene. Like this customer wanted an item, so it had to go make that sword graphic. But it should have been loaded already. Yeah, it just dipped again. Did another customer want something? No, I don't see any other thought bubbles. Yeah, it dipped again. Why is that happening? I looked at shuffle, not get items. Oh, my bad. Repopulate with items chosen at random. Interesting. Okay, get items. Thank you. Is there a way to log what's happening during the dip? There could be, but it's probably some like single frame thing, and just by adding the logging, it might actually contribute more to performance decreases, which might make the data noisy. I mean, most of the time it runs fine, and then every once in a while there's just a little blip, and you should be able to see it when it happens. In fact, let me look at the screen and see if it's apparent. It doesn't seem like it's slowing down the what was I gonna say? Like the simulation of the game. It's just the frame rate. So I think I'm on the right track with these performance improvements. It also doesn't seem like it's happening very frequently. We could go add in a bunch of items now. I could do this, grant items. Actually, that hardly even caused an issue. I think it used to cause a bigger issue. Okay, there I saw a little bit of a dip. Yeah, it's not unplayable or anything. I also kind of wonder, what if I just change the frame rate to be at, I don't know, just 50? Can we pick 50? Wait, was VSync off that whole time? Did I just turn this on? I'm going to click undo. I don't know what I did. It was off? Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Let me turn this on and just try this again. Because this would point to, oh no, it's still dipping, but it would point to problems with having the process function that I have. I should probably still fix that. Yeah, I think there's still some other improvements we can make here. It wasn't off the entire time you had the issue. But this is on my Steam Deck right now, and that setting doesn't roam. So it probably was off on my Steam Deck for a long time, but I don't fully remember. Appears to be little screen jitters every couple seconds you're moving around. Yeah. And if you're trying to move around quickly and get somewhere, I guess it's nice to have this thing be smooth. So yeah, I think we should spend another day. Maybe I should just stream in the afternoon. But like I said, it doesn't seem like it's too bad. Wait, is it happening as much now? Hold on, maybe it's happening so infrequently now that it's not even really as much of an issue. Let's try adding these items and see what happens. It doesn't even drop from 60 when I add all those items now. It just dropped briefly to 52. Okay. I'm pretty confident that we can fix all this. Let me turn this off and see if we can set this to 50. I don't know if that's a possible value on here. It looks like it would be. Yeah. So there's 50. Oh, it said it's back to 60. Oh, because it thinks I'm still dragging this. Save. Okay, let's just make sure that that's saved correctly. Good. It did. All right, so now 50 is the limit. It still looks like it's dropping. Also, it says in this game scope thing that it's running at 60 frames per second. I don't know how that's possible. Can I limit this in the Steam settings? Frame limit. Yeah, here we go. Okay, I'll do it through there and I'll just turn VSync back on. All right, so now it's running at 50 FPS. Yep, and I see that being reflected. And now we'll turn on VSync, which should make it, yeah, nice. Okay, so does it ever dip from 50? Yes, it does. It still drops down to 43 now. So I think what's happening is it's not actually dropping down to 43. It's showing me an average over that time, and it's actually dropping down to like nothing. Because it looks like the frame time goes up to like 50 milliseconds. So every once in a while, for seemingly no reason, it just super jumps up. Yeah. That's bad. But I still don't exactly know what's causing that. Yeah, and it happens without me even moving the camera. It says max frame time is 23 milliseconds, but on the graph, it like shoots way up. I want this to run at 60 FPS again. Okay, hold on. I want to pay attention to this. I think it says that the frame time is going up to like 200 milliseconds, which if that's happening, that does not sound like it's my code doing that. I just want to see this happen one more time. Come on. Come on. It says 19. I'm waiting for one of those spikes, and then I have like half a second to read it. Still a 19. Nothing's happened yet. The other thing too is that kind of indicates it's probably not my code. Is that why would it spike up to like 10 times the amount it normally takes? And wouldn't I see that in the profiling? It went to 33. Come on, go to 200. I just want to see this problem. It's at 34. Oh, there it goes. It went up to 83 that time. So 83 milliseconds for a frame. All right, let's turn this off for now. It didn't turn on. There it goes. Are you able to log a time when that happens and match it to a trace going at the same time? I don't get a trace on the Steam Deck. I don't know if I can do that easily. But if I could, then it'd be easy enough to do. Yeah, maybe that's what we try to do. If I can get a trace on the Steam Deck directly. That way I can just stop the trace afterward and look at what caused the issue. I can also try searching through Godot issues. And I can also just make more performance improvements. But like I said, that's it. I'm not going to do anything else. We're just going to fill out the journal. So investigated performance issues. Streamed for 4 hours, 40 minutes. Gonna turn out to be a Steam Deck syscall, like check battery level. No, like Blub was saying, it was happening on their computer too. Where's that message? Yeah. I get short drops to 50 on a Ryzen 9900X. Interesting thing is it's much more frequent and worse on Linux than on Windows. Yeah, so who knows? Oh, nice read though. Yeah. Okay, well, the only remaining question is, should I come back to streaming? And I'm going to just say maybe. I spent a pretty long time on this stuff today. So I'm going to go take my lunch break. If you see me again afterward, then great. If not, I just decided not to stream. So don't count on it. But tomorrow, definitely at least in the morning. And we'll probably just still focus on performance stuff. I have a lot of stuff to do. So yeah, I think this is all for this week. This is fine. Then I want to get into some like fun stuff. It's not just the Steam Deck. I get the same drops on a high-end CPU. Yeah. I didn't mean to imply that it was the Steam Deck. Or maybe you didn't hear me mention that I saw what you said earlier. Or I don't know. I'm gonna go because I need food. So yeah, who do we raid? All right, I'm going to leave you with Tim, who's probably going to be ending soon because he's been streaming for a long time. If you do end up talking in this channel, please let him know that I'm going to get food and that I will not be around. But okay, yeah. Take care, everyone. Thanks for watching. Thanks for joining me on this journey. It's been quite a trip. See you later.